Hey everybody, what's going on? And welcome back to another Going Old School Retro Discussions, where we like to talk about those things from the past that we enjoy so much and bring us fond memories. So here with me today already is Jens Petter. What's going on, my friend? How you doing?
Yeah, it's alright, yeah. Doing good in that.
Awesome. And we have a special guest with us today, straight from the Blockbuster zone to the VHS aisle. We have awesome Fanzine. What's going on, my friend?
Not much, man. What's up, Tommy? Did that intro.
I kind of threw that together. It was one of those things. I wanted some kind of intro, something to like spark some kind of interest for us getting into the show, something that gets me hyped, and that intro kind of gets me going. Hey, I'd like to say hello to the people that are already in the chat. Citizen 333, Latino Slant. What's up? What's going on, Slant, man? I haven't seen you in a while, my friend. I wish I could stop by your channel as often as I want. I am going to be making plans to be able to stop by other people's channels a little bit more. It's just I'm still in the middle of cleaning all this mess up. So, do us a favor. Go ahead and share the link out there on Twitter or Facebook or wherever you're using for your social media to get the word out there, and hopefully people will start filtering in. But as we're waiting for people to filter in, I am going to kick off with the first topic for the night. This is one of those movies that I really enjoyed as a kid. And you know what? Every time I go back and I rewatch this movie, I have extremely fond memories of it. So this one was written by John Hughes, and it was based on his short story, Vacation 58, that was originally published by the National Lampoon magazine. It was directed by Harold Ramis, starring Chevy Chase, Beverly D'Angelo, and Randy Quaid, 1983's National Lampoon Vacation. So I don't know about you guys. I love this one, and I'm going to play the opening trailer for this one that I kind of put together, so hopefully they don't try to copyright claim me for this, but here we go. Holiday Road. Hey, yellow.
What?
Okay, I'm okay.
Don't you want to look at the Grand Canyon? The dog went on the picnic basket.
Go for it.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
This summer, when you think vacation, think National Lampoon's Vacation.
So, I love that movie. Such a good movie.
It is such a great movie. And, every time I go back and I watch it, I don't watch this one a lot, but every time I go back, I still get the giggles and the good feels that I got from it when I was younger. Fancy, I want to start with you. I want to get your thoughts on this before I run down some more of the list on what this movie was about.
Okay. I really enjoy this movie. This and next to the Christmas Vacation are probably my two favorite vacation movies. And just the fact, that Clark wants to provide such a great vacation for his family to Wally World. And, when they get there and he just punches at Moose's nose, it's just great all around. So many great bits. You get the introduction of Randy Quaid as Cousin Eddie and their family. I'm just thinking about it and I'm laughing. And then like Christy Brinkley in this movie is hot, and his wife, I cannot remember her name. What's her name, Tommy? The actress that plays her.
Beverly D'Angelo.
Beverly D'Angelo, man. Her in this movie and Chevy Chase's chemistry just works so well. And it's just so entertaining, so funny. And then you get the kids, Rusty, and it's just so good. And, just seeing them in that station wagon, and it brings back memories, man. It's just such a good classic flick.
It is such a good classic. I mean, you got little stupid things like this.
Jesus, it's only the biggest goddamn hole in the world.
Roll 'em up.
You know, there's so many good movies in this film, and it's so hilarious to watch. And you know, it's one of those. I think it's one of those instant classics, quite honestly. Because the first time I seen this, I thought this is a movie that's going to stand the test of time. This is going to be something that you could rewatch later on down the road, watch with friends or family, and still get a tremendous laugh out of the ridiculousness of it. So
yeah.
I want to welcome Keck44 also. Thank you for joining us. Make sure you share the link out. Jens, what did you think about this first one?
Oh yeah, great. I loved it. I saw it when I was a kid because it was one of them where it'd been out a few years, but like I saw it sort of like when I was like 10, 12 sort of thing, and like yeah. So some of the humor
10 or 12, you say?
This must be where they sacrificed virgins.
That's from number 2, but that is my favourite one. That though, but yeah, because I might have seen number 2 before I'd seen number 1, but I saw number 1 though, and yeah, I liked it in that. Yeah, it was one of them where you saw like the kids and the wife. So like it was all one of them where when the first setting off, there's a bit of disagreements and that, but they're all sort of like, yeah, we're ready to have a nice holiday. And then yeah, by the end of it, yeah, it's like he's all stressed out and punching Wally Wales' mascot thing because it's shut down.
Yeah, he punches out Marty Moose. So
yeah,
so I'm going to give a very brief rundown of the description for anybody who's watching, and if by any chance you're not familiar with this movie. So this movie is about Clark Griswold, and he plans on doing a cross-country family vacation with his wife, Ellen, his teenage children, Rusty and Audrey. Rusty, by the way, being played by a very young Michael J. Hall. They're going from the suburbs of Chicago to California, all the way to Wally World Amusement Park. And of course, nothing goes as planned. And anything and everything that can go wrong does, to hilarious effect. It's got a little bit of the elements of that slapstick comedy that a lot of the movies in the 80s were famous for, especially when they came from National Lampoons, much like Caddyshack and, oh God, what were some of the other ones that they did, Fanzine?
National Lampoon's shit. I don't know.
See,
I know. I always remember the
Naked Guns. The Naked Guns with
yes, yep, National, yeah.
And that one where they took the mick out of Lethal Weapon with
loaded gun.
Yeah, and Loaded Gun. Yeah,
Curtis.
I'm trying to think of some myself real quick.
Oh, wait there. I'll just Google it. There we go.
Bruce Lombardo, Animal House. There you go.
Damn, how could I not forget Animal House?
That started off the entire National Lampoon franchise, too. Thank you, Bruce. I don't know why we were all drawing a blank on that. Loaded Weapon. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Senior Trip.
There were so many good movies that they did.
Class Reunion.
It was such a shame what happened to the guy who was the founder of National Lampoons.
Yeah.
Did you watch that short story on him? It's so tragic.
No, but I've read about him, so it is. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it was on Netflix, and
yeah, that with Joel McKellen them where they did that movie about him.
Yes.
Yeah. I've seen. I know it's. I know his story. I know how it's very sad how it ends. With his life. But yeah, I have never seen that. So was that good?
Oh, it was really good. It was really good. It told a hell of a story. It was actually quite engaging, and it was informative too, because it talks about a lot of the things that happened throughout their lives and how everything wound up the way it was. But Sentinel, what's going on, buddy? So one of the things that I thought was really good about this movie is, number one, this movie wound up making $61 million. Now, by today's standards of a movie, that doesn't sound like a whole lot, but this had a budget of only $15 million. So, yeah, they more than tripled the cost.
Yeah,
that's not bad at all.
Huge hit.
Yeah. especially for the standards of movies at the time. And this one, it wound up getting replayed so much, especially by the time cable TV came around. This was like on cable TV channels a lot back in the day, and it was very popular with a lot of these different cable companies that were out there. And I bought the entire collection. Now, of course, this movie did so well by itself that it spawned the 1985 sequel, European Vacation, the 1989 Christmas Vacation, then the Vegas Vacation in 1997, which was not actually under the National Lampoon's banner. Christmas Vacation 2 in 2003 with Randy Quaid and his family, which brought back the National Lampoon's banner. And then, of course, the more recent 2015, simply titled Vacation. Now, those first 5 films up to Christmas Vacation 2, they collectively at the box office made $299,743,000.59. So they were popular enough that even on their very small budgets, that they made a decent amount of money for these films.
Yeah. I enjoy them. I mean, I will say I'm not a huge fan of the European Vacation.
Sup, Draven?
But I do love them. Your National Lampoon's A Christmas Vacation 2 was not a good movie. that was
it was bad.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
I only bought it to complete the set.
Yeah. I get you there because I do that too. Because sometimes I own movies that I probably never will watch, but I have to have it for the collection. But yeah, I really enjoyed this franchise. I mean, like I said, Chevy Chase and Beverly D'Angelo's chemistry, and I love how they replaced the kids in each movie. That always cracked me up. How the kids were always different.
And radically different too, because it started off where Rusty was the older one, and by European Vacation, Audrey is the older one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. What is Draven? That's how I am with the Lost Boys and the Crow movies. Yeah, I know. Oh God, there's another one. Andy Firth, what's going on? Thank you for coming. Now, as far as European Vacation, you know what? I don't think it was quite as strong as the first one.
Yeah, it's not a bad movie. It's funny. It's got great stuff in it, but it's just something. I don't know. It's something about after that first one, and then you go into that one. I don't know, like loses something or something. I don't know what it is.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There was a lot of good elements, like especially his wife with the porno tape.
Yeah. It is good. It's good. It has moments and everything, but I don't know. It's just like, I don't know what it is about that second one. It's kind of weird. It's kind of like this weird offshoot of the franchise other than Christmas Vacation 2.
I prefer the second one, me, though, because it's got Eric Idle in and all, who plays like the misfortunate sort of traveller.
Yeah.
Well,
I get that.
And it's got Johnny from Karate Kid, who plays the daughter's girlfriend, boyfriend.
Oh, the boyfriend, right?
Yeah.
At the very beginning. Yup. He plays Joey Lawrence in the Karate Kid in the Cobra Kai series.
Yeah. That's true. I forget. I always forget he's in that one.
Oh, so sorry to hear that, Bruce.
Bruce, he's in it for
you got the coofer, man. I hope you're doing okay, buddy.
Yeah, I hope you're all right, man. I've been through that.
Yeah, get some fresh orange juice.
Double up and triple up on multivitamins too, because that seems to help a lot. So when we get into Christmas Vacation, I really enjoyed that one. I know there's a lot of people that shit on Christmas Vacation. I thought it was absolutely hilarious because there were so many good Christmas movies that were coming out around that time too.
I love that. That's probably, like I said, next to the first one, it's probably my the second favorite one. Probably the top two are those two. Christmas Vacation, man, I watch that every year with my family. That's like our number one Christmas movie we watch every year. It is so good. And it is just freaking hilarious. And, when he loses his crap and he gets the chainsaw out, how can you not like this? This is so relatable to so many families. It just works on every level.
I could see you right now standing at the window thinking about this movie.
Oh,
The silent majesty of a winter's morn, the clean, cool chill of the holiday air, and an asshole in his bathrobe emptying a chemical toilet into my sewer.
Shitter's full.
Shitter was full.
there were such great movie. There's moments in that movie. Oh my god, it was just so good. I mean, I just don't understand why they can't make fun movies like this anymore.
They're too busy checking boxes of other stuff instead of checking the box that says fun.
I know, and that's terrible. I mean, you know what? Like sometime in like the 90s, there was a few hints, like the 90s and early 2000s. There was a few hints at this type of humor. Like what was that one with The Ref?
Oh yeah, with Dennis Leary.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. I mean, granted,
Yeah.
It wasn't on the same level as this.
No.
But it was good for what it was. It was a good comedy Christmas movie. Then you had like Bad Santa. That was pretty sick. But yeah, I mean, if we could just get back to good writing like this, and you know, I would attribute a lot of this kicking off as well as it did with John Hughes and John Hughes' writings, because John Hughes created so many classics. You know, The Breakfast Club, Pretty in Pink, 16 Candles.
Yeah. Trains, Planes, and Automobiles.
Trains, Planes, and Automobiles. There, yeah. Oh
Dutch.
my God. Dutch. Oh,
I love Dutch. It's such an underrated movie.
It is. It is. Oh, it's so funny. I love when he turns that ring around to hit the guy in the head.
Pop! Right up the head.
You know what though? As good as Bad Santa was, I was not that impressed with the second one that they did.
I'd never seen it.
I like the second one, even though it wasn't as good as the first one. But
there was something about that first one though.
Yeah, but what's her name who was in Fried Green Tomatoes and Misery?
Oh, Kathy Bates.
Yeah, Kathy Bates, who plays his mother in the part 2 to that, is Israel funniest, because it reminds me of my mother a bit. So I was like well fucking relating to Bad Santa in number 2.
Yeah, a lot of people
especially at the end of Bad Santa, number 2, where she starts just booting him and that. Get off! And that she's trying to distract
you know what, Paulie? Yeah, super bad felt like a throwback, and also Tropic Thunder. Yeah, they did kind of feel like a throwback to these type of movies. But you know what? That's coming from people that actually have like the joy from these type of movies and remembering them, you know, that they have respect for those type of things, or they just remember actual funny movies. Like, it doesn't seem like people making movies today like understand what comedy is anymore. It's sad. It really is sad. But this one, like this series of movies, like, oh man, I can go back and watch almost all of these, with the exception of Christmas Vacation 2.
Yeah.
Like, even that, every once in a while I could break it out just for the ridiculousness they give in it. But yeah, but like the first 3 movies, and even Vegas Vacation, you know, I mean, even up to that, I mean,
you know, I have a soft spot for Vegas Vacation. You know, it's maybe not as good as the first 3, but there's something about that one that just, it still kind of plays into it, and it's like sort of like their family now that they're older and their kids are older. So it kind of gives it a different feel to it than what you got before. So I kind of have a soft spot for that movie.
No, it was still good. I'm definitely not saying it was good.
Yeah. But it's also the first one I saw in theaters. So
really,
yeah,
awesome. You know, and that's another thing that's kind of lost too. It's like being able to get to these like family type movies, like these fun movies to go out and watch together. That's another thing that's kind of lost too, really, when you think about it. Because how many people actually go, like, with a whole family, go out to the movies? I know when I was a kid, that was one of the things that my parents always did. We'd go out as a family to go see movies, unless, of course, it was the type of movies that my mother liked. Because my mother was extremely into horror. She loved Psycho, and she liked going out to the Friday the 13th movies. Where my father, he didn't care for that. He would go out to almost all the other movies. Like he wanted to go out and see Star Trek, and he wanted to go see Star Wars, and he wanted to see things like that. and my mother was more on the horror side, horror and comedy side. So I got a little bit of everything. But yeah, like movies like this would be something like, you know, we would all go out together to watch. So
Yeah, I get that. And you had the best of both worlds there, didn't you?
yeah. You know what? Because it's one of those things too. Is like I was catching right at the tail end of like some of those old movies that were getting sequels. Like when I wasn't born when the first Psycho came out, but when Psycho 2 came out, yeah, you know, I was younger, but yeah, I was in that perfect position where most parents probably wouldn't take their kid to go see a movie like that. She took me out to see that. So,
and that's one of the greatest sequels of all time, right there.
It was such a good sequel, much better than the ones that came after. Even though the beginning had its moments, like Psycho, the beginning, where they were telling like the origin, like
that was not too bad.
Yeah, that was pretty good. It had its moments, but it still didn't capture the imagination like that first sequel did. There was something about that first sequel when that came out it was amazing, and they fell flat on their faces when they tried to redo that franchise in the movie theaters.
Yeah,
I think the closest they came was probably the TV show, but even that, it just seemed to be lacking a little bit something to me. I don't know.
Yeah, are you talking about the Vince Vaughn one?
That Bates Motel, whatever.
Oh, the Bates Motel. Yeah, the Bates Motel was all right for like the first couple seasons. Then it kind of just ran itself into the ground and didn't know where it was going to go.
Yeah, but yeah, the Vince Vaughn, the remake of the movie, yeah, that was just
that was horrible.
That was bad. That was really bad. And they had actually planned on doing a lot more of them, but it kind of fell flat.
Yeah, well, when you go in trying to make an shot-for-shot remake in color with different actors and adding in this stupid scene that he does, you know what scene I'm talking about, right?
Which one?
In the remake? Because it's like a shot-for-shot remake, exactly shot-for-shot the same, other than they added in that silly masturbation scene.
Oh, yeah.
And then, like, and Vince Vaughn, I like Vince Vaughn. He's a great actor, but when he comes onto the screen, he's already playing it like he's a complete psycho. Like when Anthony Perkins came out, you don't know, you know? He plays it like he's this very innocent, maybe locked up, you know, kid in this house with his crazy mom, and you know he's just trying to be nice, but he's a little awkward from being with his mom all the time. Vince Vaughn comes out and he's like, "Oh yeah, this guy's a psycho."
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing about him initially is that kind of kept you guessing at the beginning of the movie.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I mean, when you finally get down and you start seeing the depths of depravity that he really, you know, is into, it's a little jarring, especially like in the first movie when he shows up at the end and he's got the wig on and he's stabbing her in the shower. So, and they carried that over very well to the second one for people that maybe weren't as familiar with the first one. So even though it was a sequel, it was a good way to kind of like restart the franchise too, because somebody brand new could have came into it and then got the entire story.
Right.
And it's kind of the same thing that they did with Cobra Kai. You know, you could tell a new story, include elements of the older stuff so newer fans can jump on board without necessarily having to go to see the old one. But sometimes what that can actually create is somebody's interest to go see how it started.
True. That's true. 100%, man. And it's got a good group of people behind Psycho 2. You know, Tom Holland, the director, not the actor, who did Fright Night and the original Child's Play, he was behind Psycho 2. So
amazing films.
Yes.
So I want to jump back into Vacation again.
Yeah.
We left off talking about European Vacation. Let's talk about Christmas Vacation. Jens, I'm going to start with you this time. Was there anything particular about Christmas Vacation that you really liked?
Oh yeah, the bit where the squirrels gets in the tree and they cut it down and they put it in the house and the air's somewhat like scratching a bit and they're all like, "Oh, there's something in the tree," and they're all looking and then it just like flies out at them.
Oh,
and they're all like,
and then the dog chases it like this.
Gone.
Yeah.
Where's Eddie? He usually eats these things.
There was a lot of, especially the old man, the Stogie. Wow, God, what was he? He was the
Oh yeah, he was like his great uncle or something.
Yeah. Oh God, that was so funny. He was just so ridiculous.
It was an ugly tree, anyways.
Randy Quaid. Yeah, Squirrel, Marby Dog, what's going on? Welcome. CJH, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, gone. And then of course, Eddie's sitting there at the outside the place, and the neighbors come out.
Merry Christmas! Dinner was full!
Merry Christmas.
So if you would ever come outside your house during Christmas and you had a neighbor pumping something like that into the sewer drain, I don't know if I would run in the house. But yeah, it's there's so many hilarious moments in that movie. I mean, God, it is so funny.
Yeah.
So funny.
Yeah, the bit near the end, and that where he's Chevy Chase is putting the Christmas tree lights on, but they're not working in that, and so he just starts bolting and punching the Santa where he hit his fist or broke snapped somewhat in his fist when he punched the Santa sort of thing. But he broke
something off of it. Like, what, didn't he like punch the head off of it or something?
No, he put a dint in the head, but I think he fractured his hand or something, because he'd injured his hand, or he might have broke his little finger or something. Like, not major, but there was something like he'd injured himself when he punched it.
Oh, what's going on, Chaos Boy? Yes, his reaction was priceless. It was actually really good. People who keep an iron bar available are expecting bad trouble. Yeah. When you have the iron bars outside your window and your door, you're most definitely expecting trouble. But so, I mean, was there any other moments from Christmas Vacation that stood out to you, Fanzine?
Yeah, I like when he's hanging on the gutter after he's putting up the lights, and he falls, and the ice goes shooting into the neighbor's house. And it busts up their radio and everything, and then they're like, "Why is the floor all wet, Todd?" I don't know, Margot. I just thought that was hilarious.
And and Christy Alley too. Like some of her reactions in this film.
Yes.
God damn, man, it was so good, so good. So, go ahead.
And the people who played like the parents, because it's her out of Everyone Loves Raymond and that, and I forget who the dad is at all, but they play a good part, as like they're just wanting to like leave all the time and that.
Yes, Bruce. He just popped the top like he belonged there. Yep. He didn't care. I think Randy Quaid was probably the perfect person to play Cousin Eddie too, because he really does play the slob very well. I mean, just for a better term. I mean, I don't think there is a better term for it. And I think he carried over that performance very well in the Vegas Vacation one. Fanzine, you were saying that you were talking about that one too.
Yeah, I did like that one. I did like, because like I said, I mean, it's funny. I like it, enjoy it. It's maybe not as good as the first three, but it has its moments. And it's the first one I saw in theaters, and I saw it with my family, so I really like that, and it was funny. And
yeah, right, Dreyfus.
Yeah, Julius Dreyfus was in
right.
that. But it was funny, man, and that had some good stuff in it too. Like his son Rusty going around Nick Papagiorgio, and he just keeps winning all the prizes, his car after car, and then Wayne Newton hitting on his wife was pretty funny. And always like to see when they show up at Cousin Eddie's house, and their oldest daughter pulls in, and she's a dancer on the strip, and Eddie's like, "Show them the moves I taught you." And they're sitting there, and she starts doing that like dance, and Clark crushes his beer can, and he's like, "That's your cousin Russ or whatever."
And then he starts cooking on the rock.
Yeah, and it's they got it cheap because it's where they tested nuclear bombs.
Oh man, that definitely, I mean, it does have a lot of good moments in that one too. I really like a lot of it, but there's certain parts that it just felt like too much of a lull, and that was the same problem I had with European Vacation, where there was a lot of hilarious moments in that one. I felt like there was too many lulls in between the laughs.
Oh no, I've got to disagree because I loved it. The bit where fucking Randy, the son, is like talking and he's like getting off with this German bed at the like dancing, slapping thing and that, and then all of a sudden she gets like tits out and that, and Randy's all like, "Yeah, thank you for God," or something like that. I forget what he says, but I was saying, yeah, I used to piss at that. Okay, because the actor and all, he was real good at pulling like a fucking really daft face and that shit.
I thought it was funny too. The one part in Vegas Vacation is when Rusty's sitting there trying to play the big wheeler, and he's like getting a room all to himself, and he's going under the fake name, and then the reaction that his mother has when she finds out.
That's good. There's just so many great scenes in these movies. They're so hilarious and funny.
Now, by the time you get to Christmas Vacation too, I wish I could point out like major scenes that were absolutely hilarious. And don't get me wrong, there's a few laughs in it, but it's not like the original, the first four films at all.
Yeah,
not even close. What did you guys think about that 2015?
I have never seen the new one, so I can't really speak on that one.
Really?
I didn't mind it. I thought it was all right, like, because the bit I liked was like where because they changed it to where, because they made a reference to it where it was like, oh look, we're doing this. It's been done before, and that like, and it's like no, because at this time we've got two sons instead of a son and a daughter, and like the two sons, because like the little son is like picking on the bigger one because he's a right little soy pussy and that, and he puts a bag over it because he's looking out at the window at summer, and then all of a sudden the little kid puts a plaggy bag around his head and starts choking him and that. And like and who they were playing, because it's supposed to be Russ, the like son, instead of the dad and that. He's all like, "Oh, stop it," and that.
Interesting. I've never seen it, so I can't say much on it.
Well, it was more sort of on the lines of The Hangover, because the dude who plays the main sort of character in it, he's like in The Hangover. I forget his name.
I don't really remember that movie, The Hangover. I know when I seen the 2015, and I will say this: when I first seen that they were going to do another Vacation, I was really worried that they were going to do like a complete reboot of the franchise, like they were going to completely like start it over from the beginning, and just I really felt like it was probably going to get ruined. And actually, it really wasn't. They actually fairly, I would say fairly well, they followed the story from the original ones. Rusty is older. He's got a family of his own. His sister Audrey is, off with Chris. Was it Chris Hemsworth, or was it Chris Hemsworth's brother? It was
I think
Hemsworth.
It's Chris Hemsworth is in it.
Yeah. I think it's Chris. Yeah, it is Chris Hemsworth. She's off with him, and I think they're getting ready to start a family. So Rusty decides he wants to follow in his father's footsteps and take the family on a cross-country vacation. It's basically it's almost telling the exact same story as the first one, but from a different perspective and with completely different set of circumstances that happen. So it doesn't follow with the same tropes that the first film did. So it was done in enough of a way that actually paid respect to the original ones, but it did keep it fresh with all new tropes and all new situations they got into. So I thought that was good. There's one thing I hate seeing is when they go to reboot these franchises and they go to bring them back and they just completely destroy everything that came before it.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like they did that with the 2015 one, which, I was extremely surprised, and I was actually happy to see that wasn't the case. Of course, was it as strong as the other ones? No. There was actually a scene where Chevy Chase and I believe Beverly D'Angelo were both in it too. I know Chevy Chase definitely was. I'm trying to remember if Beverly D'Angelo was.
Yeah, I believe they were in it because I remember seeing the trailer for it. So I'm pretty sure they both are in it.
Yeah, it wasn't that big of a scene. It wasn't like a huge, like, sprawling scene, but it was enough of a scene to give you that nod to the original ones. Like, oh, okay, well, at least they're back to portray Ellen and Clark, which was nice. I thought that was actually a nice touch. And so many of these new reboots, they fail on that. They miss on that opportunity to do that because that's how you're going to be able to keep people in. So, right. Fanzine, I see that you're getting ready to have to take off.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take off. The family is back and they are calling. Sorry, man.
Oh man,
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun old-fashioned family Christmas. No, we're all in this together.
I really appreciate you coming by, Fanzine.
It's good, man. I'm glad to be here. Thanks. You got lucky today with me. Usually I'm not free till a lot later in the day.
I know. Well, I was kind of hoping because I know this is right in your wheelhouse and you love to talk about these old movies.
I do. I love this. And this was a great conversation.
There's no better person to have on here talking about an old movie like this than you. And I really do appreciate you coming by for this one. So go ahead. Before you take off, let everybody in the chat know where they can find you and what you're going to be doing next.
You can find me at Fanzine Vids here on YouTube. This Wednesday, I will be live streaming called the Physical Media Show. I do it at 9:30, where we showcase some of our physical media or movies, usually with Tom Connors from Midnight's Edge and Runner. And we're trying to get Robert Meyer Burnett. We're going to try to get him on this Wednesday, if not next Wednesday. And I'll definitely have some videos out this week if you guys are into that. I cover physical media, like Tommy said, I cover old movies. So hit me up, check me out, and maybe you'll see something you like.
Maybe we'll see you with some more of those VHS finds too.
Oh yeah, well actually, I just went to a used bookstore and I bought 60 VHSs for $10 in a grab bag. It was a box, you couldn't see what they were, so I got some good finds. So I might be doing a video on the sometime this week or next week.
Awesome.
So I found some good ones.
Nice. It's always nice when you can find stuff like that and actually save it from destruction because, so many people just take those old VHS tapes and they'll just toss them out. They won't even think twice about it.
I tell you, I got a copy of Risky Business, or not Risky Business. What's it? With Jim Belushi and Charles Grodin. What is that called?
Oh man, I'm drawing a blank.
I'm drawing a blank. I just got it too, but it's unopened. It's the original VHS from when it was released, and it's unopened. So that was a good find.
Yeah, what I tell you, I found a ass ton of old VHSs over my dad's house, and one of these days, once I dig them out, I'm going to have to show you what I got to see if maybe you need some of them for your collection.
Definitely. I tell you what, any old school 80s horror movies or sci-fi,
Dragnet.
That's what I love. Or like the 80s, like Dragnet. I love Dragnet. That was a hilarious movie.
That was such a good movie. Oh my God. With Dan Aykroyd.
Yes. And Tom Hanks. That was so good. But no, it's not Dragnet. I can't remember what it's called. Something Business. Taking Care of Business.
Okay.
That's what it's called, with James Belushi and Charles Grodin taking care of business.
Awesome.
That's a great movie. So, but yeah, thank you for having me on. Check me out. Tommy, have a good show. Jens, you have a good show too.
Yeah, right here.
All right, Fantine, you take care of
All right.
yourself and you be well, my friend.
You too. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
All right, later.
Yeah, see right about here.
Oh, the silent majesty of a winter's morn, the clean, cool chill of the holiday air, and an asshole in his bathrobe emptying a chemical toilet into my sewer.
I can't get enough of that clip. But you know what? I just to finish touching on this, you know, I think that these movies have actually done very well for themselves, and the fact that some people actually still go back and watch them around, you know, certain times of year, especially with the Christmas Vacation one, where that time of the year you may see it on a channel somewhere, or somebody might actually just pull that movie out and watch it, or if you're on a streaming service, it may pop up as a Christmas movie to watch. I think that these movies are always going to be around for that, because they were so unique and they were so special in their own way, and they bring back really fun memories of what good movies are like. So,
yeah, and it's you had like Chevy Chase, because I reckon if Chevy Chase hadn't have been in them, like they might not have been as popular. But Chevy Chase is really good at like slapstick sort of humor and that.
well, you know, there's certain roles for each film that somebody is just destined to play. And oh, by the way, I'm sorry, Darth Haster, what's going on, buddy? It's good to see you. Thank you for coming. I think there's certain actors that are always just best in certain roles, and sometimes, you know, they just kind of fall into place. Now, I mean, there's been other movies where the first actor that they want to pick up, like I'm going to give for example, was Back to the Future. So originally, the writer and director of Back to the Future wanted to get
Michael J. Fox.
Michael J. Fox. So he wanted to get Michael J. Fox, but the studio didn't want it to happen. And the head of the studio actually wanted Eric Stoltz to play the role. So they initially started filming with Eric Stoltz. And they filmed like something like 3/4 of the movie.
Yeah.
And Eric Stoltz had decided, I can't be here for this. It's making me questioning my own beliefs. And then he quit. So luckily, the director was able to talk to the executive, and he was saying, look, I really want to get Michael J. Fox on this, and I know he's working here for the same, you know, production company. And the guy told me, he said, look, if you can get the director of Family Ties to agree to let Michael J. Fox work on your movie, you can have him. They did work out a deal eventually to Michael J. Fox, after he got done working on Family Ties, that he would come over and shoot for Back to the Future pretty much after hours. So,
yeah.
But I imagine how that film would have turned out if Eric Stoltz would have been that role. And it's not to take anything away from Eric Stoltz, but I just don't feel like he is the person to play that character. Now, Chevy Chase fallen into this character of Clark Griswold, I really don't think anybody else could have played it the way he did.
Yeah, because like there was the Fletch films and all, where it was basically just Chevy Chase sort of being a detective, and it was like Chevy Chase being on holiday. Yeah, but he's real good, because he had like comical timing, and that he knew when to do sort of daft moves and when to like try and play it more serious and that.
That way, he had that timing. That's exactly what he had. He had timing, and there was a lot of those actors from back then that had incredible timing. I mean, Dan Aykroyd had amazing timing. Early Tom Hanks, he had really good timing. You know, you could go down the list of some of those older actors that had amazing timing. Like Jim Belushi was another one. Amazing timing, but he was absolutely crazy. Master of the TDS, thank you for coming by. I appreciate it, and I hope you were doing well. And Curtis YC said, yeah, he had a way about his physical comedy and facial expressions. Yeah, and I think there's a lot of these newer actors, they don't have that anymore. Not the way that they used to back then. What's going on, Bone?
Yeah, well, yeah. I'd say like Jim Carrey. But like he's more like of an older sort of nowadays comedian sort of thing, but he was sort of like the generation after them, where he had some good physical and comical timings and that.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has moments. I mean, there's some things that I think he overplays a bit, though. Quite honestly.
Oh yeah.
Like one of the movies I kind of liked him in was Cable Guy.
Yeah.
I liked the Cable Guy because I thought it was just so ridiculous, and it was something that really, it was not really realistic at all, and I think that's why I liked it, because it was so stupid and so over the top that it was actually. It was incredibly hilarious because they weren't trying to make a reality-based comedy. And I think that's where they missed the mark on a lot of these newer films, is because they try to make what they consider more reality-based comedy. And you know what? Reality-based comedy is not funny. I mean, the purpose of actually having comedy is because you want something that takes you out of reality. You want to have something so ridiculous and so outlandish happen that is like, oh my God, that's funny, because there's no way that's ever going to happen to me. But then again, you just never know sometimes, because I've seen some incredibly stupid things happen to people that had some semblance of intelligence, but I've seen things happen to people that was very slapstick in nature, much like you see in some of these vacation movies or some of the other movies that, you know, that came out earlier, like we were talking like Caddyshack or Animal House or any of those other type of films, you know. Maybe nothing as ridiculous as like the Naked Gun movies or Hot Shots, but, you know, something that it's highly unlikely that it's going to happen in real life. And I think that's the thing that made a good comedy. That's a spicy ball. I mean, and there was just such stupid moments in the film that when you listen to it, it just sounds so funny because it just sounds so ridiculous. Like,
this country's eons old, kids. That's centuries to you and me.
Stupid things like that make those little mini moments. And not every single one has to be over the top, hysterical, you know, splitting your sides. Sometimes it's even those small little bits like that help to add to a film when it's going for some, you know, for a comedy routine. It doesn't have to be side splitter the entire time. But
no. Because like Aeroplane was one of them where you just joke after joke after joke, where lampoons, there is some like where they do jokes after jokes, but you do need a bit of more serious sort of storyline to get the audience engrossed in more of a realism, so that they can relate more to the story.
It don't even necessarily have to be super serious, but you know what, there needs to be breaks. Now, I think that's the key to a good comedy. You got to have small breaks, because if you have something where it's just like, and don't get me wrong, Airplane is hilarious in itself, but sometimes when you have joke after joke after joke like that, it kind of like, okay, well, where's the really funny moment? Because everything is just, you know, laugh, 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 but you're waiting for that one big funny moment. And not to say that there weren't like extremely funny moments in Airplane, like, oh, the shit's really going to hit the fan now, and a turd comes flying out of left field and hits the fan. That's pretty hilarious the very first time you watch it. But after you watch it for probably like the 15th time, it's not quite as funny anymore.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I still find stuff like that so funny and.
The Mask, the Cable Guy. It's not funny. It's terrifying. Why? Did you know a Cable Guy like that, Darth Haster? Do you want to talk about the Cable Guy? Where did he touch you, Haster? Tell us on the doll where he touched you.
Well, he's not, is he? Because he still wants his free cable.
Come on, tell us where he touched you, Haster. Tell us where he touched you so we can give you the job. Don't worry about your freedoms. That's nonsense. Come on, do it. Get the shot 2, 3, 4 times. Don't stop. Tell us where he touched you. Ah! Arnold is so ridiculous now. He used to be good too in films. Hell, you beautiful.
Oh, I love these films. All of them.
What is going on? Who knew the salt must flow? What's going on? Thank you for joining us. Yeah, airplane. Yep. Jive talking. You talk jive? I talk some jive. Well, I wanted to say good luck. We're all counting on you. God, see, we got him going with some of the airplane quips now.
Yeah. Surely not.
Rapunzel. Rapunzel. Yeah, I mean, you talk about some of those old comedies. There's, like I said, there's so many good ones. And, you know, one of the ones that I really like from back in the day was this one called DC Cab. And it's one of those movies I think a lot of people overlooked that one.
What's it called?
DC Cab. It came out in 1983. It had the biggest star in it technically was Mr. T. But it had Adam Baldwin, it had Gary Busey, it had Bill Maher was in it.
Yeah. Because DC Cabs.
Yeah, it was all.
Cab.
Yeah. Baldwin's character actually plays somebody who's he's very young. His father had passed away, and he's going to meet up with his father's friend who runs a cab company in DC called DC Cab. And it's like one of the worst cab companies in the entire city. Like they can't get the airport permits. They can't get anything. Their cars are all beat up. There are a bunch of like washed out like rejects from that no other cab company wants. But he goes out to meet up with his father's friend, and he wants to break into the cab business. And he has money with him, and eventually he winds up trying to fund his father's best friend, and what he almost looks at as his uncle Harold, and he basically funds them restoring DC Cab to a respectable place in the cab community. And there's a lot of hilarious moments in that movie, but I think it's one of those movies a lot of people miss that one.
Yeah, I've got it up here. Did you want me to share it to you, man?
Sure.
Right. Well, I'm gonna
speak for the dead. What's going on?
There's going to be two thingies because it'd be on the PC sort of thing, but I'll leave this one.
All right. So while he's doing that, there we go.
Yeah.
Back again. You're much clearer off that. But yeah, I mean, I love DC Cab for what it was. I thought it was unique. I thought it was funny. And it was one of the movies that when I was actually building up my DVD collection, that was one of the movies I had to get. Another one of those older movies that I had to get was Car Wash too. I mean, that was another one. I really liked that. That's a much older movie though, but DC Cab, like, yeah, you never heard of that one before? I guess not. Has anybody in the chat heard of DC Cab? Am I the only one that knows about this movie?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. It had Mr. T in it. Somebody else has got to know about it. I can't be the only one. Never heard of DC Cab, see? We'll have to look it up. It's a good movie. It's got a lot of funny moments in it. It's another one of those movies, the type of comedy that they had in it, they wouldn't be able to pull off today. I'll just put it that way. There's moments in there they definitely could not do that kind of comedy today. Heard of it, but never watched it. Yeah. Bill Murray as the cabbie. I seen the cover. Bill Murray, not in DC Cab.
Right, I've got it now, man. Sorry about that.
I think what you're thinking of, Curtis, is the beginning of Stripes. Bill Murray was the cabbie in Stripes. Yeah, there it is. DC Cab. Oh, I almost forgot about that. The Barbarian brothers were in it too. They were only in a couple of small
movies. Yeah. Episode of Knight Rider.
Yeah, this one was it's hilarious. If you haven't seen this one, I would recommend seeing it. And you know what? Get back to me and let me know what you think. I did a review on my channel for this movie a really, really long time ago because it was one of those movies I feel it's like it's unappreciated. And there's a lot of those old movies that are unappreciated. And I think if people went back and seen some of them, they would get a good laugh and they would be like, how did I miss this one? Because, you know, there's a lot of those old movies. They're diamonds in the rough, really. I mean, they're not perfect, but there's enough good qualities to them that make them almost classic to me. Awesome one. Great movie. But yeah, this one, I love this. There's a few scenes in there. Like there's one scene where Harold comes out with a flamethrower. And I'm not going to get too much into it, but he has problems with his wife. And she screams, "He's got the flamethrower!" It's absolutely a hilarious scene. And Gary Busey, this is before he completely lost his mind. So he was actually pretty good in this one too. And oh God, man, there's such good moments. And this guy who plays Tyrone, the one who's sitting there in the black and white photo down there. But his character is pretty good too. Yeah, there was a lot of good moments in this movie. A lot of good moments.
This one here?
No, up one. Sitting in a cab. Just look up one.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, that guy. He plays Tyrone. Charlie, what was that? Charlie Barnett? Yeah, he plays Tyrone. And yeah, like some of the things that he says in there, it's another one of those things that's like they would be considered politically incorrect these days, even for a black guy to say. So there was a lot of moments in this thing that are definitely of its time and wouldn't be allowed today. It would be a complete no-no. But I mean, you could look back and you could watch this movie and laugh your ass off without having to worry about all the political nonsense. It's so infused in all of today's entertainment. It's just so ridiculous. DC classic. Hey, Ace Arcadia. I don't think I've seen you here before. Welcome. I'm glad you like that one. Oh, man, I love this movie. Love it. Just looked on eBay in UK. It's only available on import. It's rare and expensive. Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of the problem. Who knew? The Salt Must Flow, because it's not a widely popular film or wasn't as popular as some of the other films at the time. It has a smaller footprint, so it's actually harder to find copies of it.
I pity the fool. Can I get a copy of DC Cabs?
I was fortunate when I picked this one up years ago because there wasn't many copies of it sitting on the shelf, but I was fortunate enough to actually seen it, and I was like, wow, I got to grab that because who knows if I'm ever going to see a copy of this damn movie again. You know what? Since that day, I haven't seen another copy of it. So,
but look at this, Tommy, man. It's on Blu-ray.
Do they have it on Blu-ray?
Yes.
Is it actually available though? See, that's the question. They may say it's on Blu-ray, but is it actually available? First time catching a live stream. Hey, you know what? I appreciate you coming through, and I'm glad that you found us. Thank you for being here. Australia seems to have all the DVD copies. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it always seems to be the case with a lot of these movies. They wind up being overly saturated in one area and then completely missing in another. And it leaves people looking for these older films scratching their heads. Like, we want to be able to enjoy the type of media that we want to be able to enjoy. And the fact that some of these companies either they underproduce them or they just don't produce them at all. Because I know there's a lot of older films from the 80s that they were never put on DVD, let alone Blu-ray. And some of them are quite hilarious. You're just not going to see those films today. Other ones, they've taken them out of print because maybe somebody's feelings got hurt over them because they didn't like the content that was in them. Well, you know what? It's just tough. It's comedy. I mean, it's not supposed to be politically correct. I mean, that's the whole idea behind comedy. It's supposed to be hilarious. It's supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be politically correct and worried about everybody's feelings, because if it was, it wouldn't be funny, because then you're talking about everyday life. You're just talking about regular humdrum going about your day bullshit, and that's not comedy. That's why I can really enjoy and I can appreciate all these older films and some of the stuff that they did. I mean, you look at those people that say, "Oh, well, you shouldn't have that in a movie because it offends me." I would like to just look every single one of them right in the eye and just tell.
Move out of that seat and I'll split your lip.
That's what I would like to tell them.
Yeah. Tell me, I'm thinking the screen for the DC.
Parrothead.
Yeah, Parrothead, yeah, man.
So yeah, I couldn't answer that one.
Yeah, because it's regioned.
Well, yeah, there's certain like coding on the discs.
Yeah, but
so like an American version of a movie wouldn't be playable in where you're at.
Not on the DVD players, but if you've got a PC that like you've got plays like DVDs and that, you can usually on like a player in that thingy the region, so it'll play any region. You can get like VLC players and that, that play like that you can just put onto your laptop or something or PC and play like any region. Because I think in all, some consoles and that, like the PS3, I think you can change the region on that, so you just make out like you're in America or you're in Australia or in Europe or in Asia or wherever. I think not, but yeah, there is like regions on it. Because I got GoldenEye, the 15 edition, where then on the top headbutts the other female, and it's a 15, but it was a region, but I just played it on the VLC player. And as I say, it's got like region and but yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it pisses Curtis off. Darth Hassler says region coding is bullshit, and you know what? I think that kind of limits a lot of people. Like, let's just say, like who knew the salt must flow? Just noted it's a USA import, but can buy it through Amazon. But yeah, it's region locked. I mean, and that's nonsense. So if you want to be able to enjoy a movie from, that's only available in another region, you can't enjoy it because you can't get it to watch, not unless you get like some kind of special like coding or something like that, so you can actually play the video. And that is just nonsense. It shouldn't be that way. I mean, you would think that these movies would be available anywhere, but I think there's a lot of these regional distributors that actually control that shit. So a regional distributor in the UK is going to be obviously much different from one in the USA. This way they can keep a better control and a tighter grip over the type of discs that are being produced there, so they can make more money for themselves.
I think it's on the age restriction, because in different sort of countries, different films will have different age restrictions, and so they sort of like say, "Oh yeah, it's regioned, so no one can like watch age sort of restricted films in other countries." Because I forget what film it was, but there's some film that's like a 15 in one country, and it's the exact same film is like a 12 PG in another. But as I say, if you've got yourself like a VLC player in that, or there'll be some like DVD, Blu-ray player app you can get that will just bypass the regions code.
Well, I guess it generates a region code.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Or if you can get yourself like a copier, a DVD copier. Now, you're allowed to copy DVDs, but you're not allowed to sell them. So it's not illegal for you to copy DVDs, but you can get yourself a DVD copier that will just take the region code off, and then so it'll play.
But I mean, like I said, it's just ridiculous that people can't even see some of those older movies just because of that, because there may be coding on it or might be region locked, and that's just nonsense. I mean, you would think at the very least that this is limiting the companies that are putting these movies out there. You would think that even if it's an older movie, the production company that owns it would want to be able to get it out to as many people as possible to be able to increase its worth. You know? I mean, what's the point of having these old movies and even having them print it if you're not going to reach a much wider audience? Because there's a lot of people out there that want to see some of these older films. I mean, it's not just the people who love them. There's people that maybe they've never heard of it, or maybe they would like to see it, but because of the area that they're in, it was never made available to them, so they kind of miss out. And that's not right.
Yeah,
it's not.
Well, yeah. Well, it is one of them sort of occasions where in Britain, like in the 80s, there was like Evil Dead films and Exorcist, they were banned. So if you wanted to see a copy of Evil Dead and that, you had to get like an imported illegal copy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because
no, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Jens. That actually wasn't for you. I'm so sorry. I got caught up. I finally checked Twitter, and I'd seen something, and I seen Curtis didn't see the link. I don't know how that happened. I put it in the group chat because I had to send you a separate link too, didn't I, Jens?
Yeah. You sent it to like DM me sort of thing, wasn't it? Like what we on like Twitter sort of thing.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why he didn't see it. I know I added him to that group. So let's get back to the chat here. So that's true. They need to make it globally available to all customers. Yeah, and you know what? They can do that, and there's no reason why they shouldn't be able to make money. And there's no reason why each individual, like a retailer or
yeah. Well, remember, Tommy, it is jobs for people in that region because they'll have a different sort of crew that has to like make sure. Yeah, well, we've got that region as to that age limit, and because some films have bits cut out, don't they? That's like they don't want anyone to see in that country, and so like, oh yeah, there's a job for people and that, but yeah.
No, I think it's just the regional companies. They want to be able to control the flow of everything. They want to make as much as they can. They want to be able to say, hey, we're the ones that are going to be making all the money here. We're not going to let some company from somewhere else dictate rates to us. It kind of works like to the whole thing. If you've ever been involved with like selling at a flea market, I mean, you go in as a flea market as a seller, but you've got to go to somebody who sells wholesale. So you're going to go because you're not going to be a retailer buying retail and then reselling retail, not unless you want to make no money. So you've got to go to a wholesaler. They're going to give you a discount at that, and then you're going to mark it up and resell it. And that's what a lot of these regional companies can do instead of coding everything the way that they do. They should be able to just work with these other companies, say, okay, well, since this is basically or predominantly only a product or a movie or music or whatever it is that's only available in your country, we will bring it over here in limited quantities and sell it under us, but we need you to give us a discount on bringing it over here so we can make money. And those companies could do that if they wanted to, but they're so greedy that they will not do it. And then the only people that they hurt in the end really are their consumers who are actually looking for these products and can't get it. And it's the same thing with the Transformers franchise. There were certain figures that were not made available in the UK and not made available in Japan. Because one of the things Hasbro did is when they started to expand the Transformers franchise, they had actually picked up rights from different toy companies. Like they picked up stuff from Bandai for the Macross Robotech. And that's what they made Jetfire. That was not available in Japan because in Japan, Bandai was still selling those Robotech Valkyrie jets there. They were still a big thing in Japan, so they could not sell a rebranded Valkyrie jet as Jetfire over in Japan. And I think there was a lot of places that suffered because of that as well. I don't remember Jetfire being very well available in the UK either. And I know there were certain Dinobots like Swoop. Swoop was not readily available in the UK either for some reason. And I think that had something to do with Takara, because Takara still, I think they at the time, maybe they still had some of their original line of Diaclone going, because most of those Dinobots, they came from the Diaclone line. And there was, once again, you got that regional selling. And the only people that suffered for like in that instance too, once again, were the consumers, the collectors who wanted to be able to get those figures, and they weren't made available to them.
Yeah. Well, there's sort of like the argument of certain stock spaces. So if you do want some of that doesn't get stocked all that much, then you got to like get it ordered. Because I remember buying a CD one time, and it was nearly 20 quid, but it was because it was imported, and it was a Levi's album with like all the songs off the Levi's adverts with like a few others, but it was imported from somewhere. And so
well, wait a minute, like how expensive is that? 20 squid. Because you just do you have to go fishing for the squid, or do you have to go get them at the local market?
Oh well, yeah, you find them in banks.
I'm messing with you, Jens. I'm messing with you. I know you said quid, but I can't help but say squid. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, yeah. They do say like sometimes mess around. Oh yeah, you got a couple of squids, as in like a couple of quid. But yeah.
Who knew this? The salt must flow. Customers want choice. We will even pay local taxes and import fees to have that choice. Freedom! Absolutely. And I think that they should be able to give that. I don't see what the problem is, because there's a lot of other companies that are willing to do that are not really entertainment fields. You can get stuff imported, but yeah, you got to pay a little bit extra. But these regional people, like these regional hubs, they want to control everything to the point where they're the only ones that can make the most amount of money, and they refuse to bend on that. And like I said, like we've been saying, the only people that suffer in that are the consumers, because we would love to see some of those things. I mean, I know that there's actually certain Transformers, throwing the Transformers back there again, there's certain ones that were only made available in Japan and maybe parts of the UK. Like there was one called Overlord back in the day that was part of, well, in the States we call them the Headmasters and the Power Masters. Over there they were called oh god, what were they called? They were called Godmasters, they were called. And those figures were amazing looking, but they were not available here. And to try to even get one from overseas, it would have been ridiculous to actually try to get them. I mean, granted, later on with some of these later lines that they had, we've seen a figure like that, but I would still love to get the original one. I mean, there's something about those original figures. So we're going to take a stop here. We're going to welcome Shellback TJC. What's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Oh, I'm just popping in for a minute. I'm broadcasting from my local library where I was.
Live from his local library, it's Shellback TJC!
Make some noise!
Where they're requiring me
to lower the voice.
To don a face diaper. So I can sit in a room by myself.
Well, you know what? It's terrible. Terrible. They should never make a turtle wear a diaper.
See?
It's horrendous. Look at that. That's abuse towards turtles. We don't stand for that kind of shit here.
Yeah. They're making him wear a face mask with tassels on and all. Just to make it more sort of hard.
I guess it could be worse. They could. Go ahead, Shellback.
I'm in the meeting room. You know, it's just like a little back corner or whatever. And yeah, anyway. So
what I need you to do, Shellback.
Now that you see how ridiculous I look. Yeah.
I need you to go crazy. I need you to start yelling, "Hell no, we won't vex." Just do it. I double dog dare you.
Well, you don't have to yell it. You can whisper it. It's the library. You'll
whisper it. I would also like to welcome Curtis YC. You know, Curtis YC, I've been trying to get you up on my channel forever. Thank you for coming up.
Thanks for having me on. Glad to be here.
So, I want to ask both of you before we move on with the random topics that we're talking about from things from the past. What did you guys think about the vacation movies? Did you see them all, Curtis? I think you said you weren't overly familiar with them, but did you watch any of them?
Well, I looked over online. I just skimmed through what they had, and I saw that there was a new one. I never saw that. I remember that seeing previews for that, though. I'm just thinking that's not going to be good. But no, I grew up. I remember they played it in school, and I wasn't super into it at first. I remember I was too young. I just thought Chevy Chase was like a jerk. Later on, I saw that was the Christmas one, I believe. Later on, I saw the original and thought it was pretty funny. And I feel like I've seen one of the other ones because I saw pictures of it. I forget what the other one was, but
European.
Oh yeah, maybe not that one.
Well, they had European Vacation. They had Christmas Vacation. They had Vegas Vacation.
Vegas, yeah, that's the one. I feel like I've seen that one, but I could be wrong. But yeah, they're funny. Like I said, Chevy Chase has that facial expression that's just so unique.
Yeah. And you know what? And they had such good people that are not even around anymore either, like freaking John Candy.
Yeah.
John Candy is that security guard in Wally World.
Yeah.
I love that. I love it. I want to welcome Wookie. Wookie Lives Matter. What's going on, Wookie? My favorite Wookie. Brian TV, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Sentinel says no vaccination with Biden taxation. Hold on. Before I move on to the next one, don't worry about the taxation. We're going to do what we want to do. We will be back. You will get double vax. You will get triple vax. You will get 15 vax if I tell you to get it. My arm is getting tired. Don't make me drop you, Sally. Get your vax. Get it now. Spread the word. This is Arnold. I am the vaccinator, and I am here for you. Thank you.
Don't worry about the consequences. Just do it.
Have you seen the commercials they play for them?
I've seen a few of them. Some of them are so ridiculous, and I've seen the people that do the damn songs and the dances for it. Oh my god! Parrot Tommy, I knew a kid in elementary that got a Transformer from Japan. Well, he's lucky. That's amazing. I wish I could have got it.
It was probably one of them exchange students came from Japan.
So, go ahead, Curtis. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, I just think it's funny because like I always had that. I was too young, so when I saw him, I thought he was a jerk. Because I think maybe because he was hitting on the other lady or something. I don't know. I always thought that was funny, though. That I didn't have a good impression of him at first.
Well, you know what's funny? The 2015 actually did something similar with the son. He's supposed to be a grown-up Rusty, and they had him with a similar situation with a woman driver. I'm not going to say how it ended, but it was a complete different spin than what they had in the original movie. But it was absolutely hilarious how that scene ends with her. I thought it was well done, and it was one of the reasons I was like, you know what? When I seen stuff like that, I knew, okay, they're taking it and they're extending the franchise without shitting on the old one, while it's still incorporating some of the stuff that they used in the old ones. And I think, you know, like we've seen with Cobra Kai and some of these other series where they're paying the respect like that, I think that's something we sorely and desperately need. And that's why I always feel it's necessary to talk about these old franchises. You know, we got to, you know, be able to sit there and look back at these and say, okay, this is why we love them. This is why we got to fight them. And this is what we want to see. Pay attention, Hollywood. These are the things people love to see.
Yeah, I thought they did a decent job with that new one.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit like The Hangover, but I like The Hangovers in that all three of them. So I was like, well, and is it Christine Applegate who was in Married with Children? Because she plays, she plays right, and she's got comedy time, and because she was in Married with Children for fucking years and years, wasn't she? So.
It's a shame, Bone. It is an amazing season, and they pay so much respect to those original films. It's ridiculous how much respect they pay. I mean, like, even like, and this is one of the things I talked about with some of these newer franchises like this. You could jump on this without ever having seen the original films, and you're going to understand everything about the original films because they go back and they touch on it so much in the series. And I think that's one of the things that they truly did right with that one.
Christmas Vacation, though. Christmas Vacation, though, has to be one of my favorites out of the whole thing because, you know, Cousin Eddie, you know, emptying out the RV, you know.
Merry Christmas! Dinner was full!
Just freaks out.
He's all like,
Wake Down, what's going on? I actually had a chance to catch Wake Down last night. It was a late night stream, and normally I would have been in bed by then, but I seen they were going. I stopped by. They had a really good discussion going last night. So if you guys have a chance, stop by and see the Wake Down.
Nice.
But anything else that you wanted to add on the vacation series?
just watch them.
Just watch them.
Just watch them. If you haven't, just watch them.
So, Curtis, you never seen DC Cab either, huh?
No. I was going to say, though, I do, you guys were talking about how the vacation was slower paced. That might be true, but I do kind of have, like Francine was saying, kind of fond memories of that one. Maybe I caught that one or something just on Christmas one year. I don't know. But, yeah, that one I have pretty fond memories of, too. I don't know. It's just weird. I've seen them sporadically. Can't remember where.
If you're on the fence on whether or not you should watch the vacation movies, right there, Parrot sums it up.
Yeah.
She had a nice set.
Yeah.
She did too.
Oh yeah.
And that was one of the standout scenes for me in the European vacation one, is when it was the porn parody, because the VHS family outing tape got leaked that Clark was filming her.
Yeah. He promised that he'd deleted it.
Yeah,
and then she found out, like, obviously he didn't delete it because the camera gets nicked in it, and she's like, "Oh, did you delete that?" He's like, "Oh yeah, of course I did."
Yeah, no, Beverly D'Angelo has, some things that would definitely make certain things stand out.
We also touched on Airplane real quick too. So, what were you guys' thoughts on Airplane?
And I still catch jokes.
Don't call me Shirley.
Yeah. Don't call me Shirley.
Have you ever seen a grown man naked?
Oh God. Yeah,
have you ever been in a Turkish bath, Timmy?
Sniffing.
Yeah, but see that's the problem with that type of comedy back then. It was funny to listen to, but now if you hear that kind of, it automatically everybody's going to go, "Oh, he must be a pedo for saying that." I mean, you know, sometimes it's just comedy.
I know. Yeah.
Well, what about Leave It to Beaver's mom speaking jive to the black guys?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like I said, and like those type of films, they couldn't be made today because of that kind of stuff.
Nope. Yeah.
Naked
Gun.
Hey Tommy.
Yeah.
Tommy, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna.
Oh, are they checking your
card?
card?
I'm gonna see if I can find a couple of. I'm gonna see if I can find a couple of DVDs, and then I'm gonna go home because I'm getting irritated.
Yeah, just go home, wax your shell, take it easy, have some pizza.
Yeah.
It'll all be okay. You know, hopefully you're going to be able to get your internet situation figured out.
Oh,
I don't know. That's probably going to be a while. But anyway, all right. Have a good day, everybody.
Yeah. All right, take care.
It easy.
So, who knew the soul? Are you talking about the European vacation film, or are you talking about Euro Trip? Is that a different film?
Yeah,
it's not that old.
Oh yeah.
So sometimes these names of these movies, they throw me off because some of them are so similar. I picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue. Yep.
Yeah, there's still jokes on those movies like The Naked Gun and on Airplane that I just like, I never caught that, which I love about that. There's so many of them, so many jokes, every second.
Well, you know what? And they continue that with a lot of those other slapstick type of films that they did, like Hot Shots, like, Walleye Vision. Like, it's just so ridiculous. Or like when he's unzipping the TP to go in and out.
Hot Shots, drawing a blank.
Had Charlie Sheen in it.
It was like a Rambo.
It was like a Rambo Top Gun type spoof movie.
Mm-hmm.
They had
that one.
Yeah, they had Hot Shots 1 and Hot Shots Part 2.
Yeah, the bit I like in Hot Shots 1 was where he like grabs the chicken, like he just makes the chicken real stiff and then fires it like an arrow into a enemy soldier, and that like stabs him like a fucking arrow. Like,
yeah, absolutely, Ace Arcadia. Exactly. People knew that what funny was back then. Now they are too sensitive.
I think people had a harder time back then too, so dark humor was almost a given. You had to be funnier,
Well,
Yeah.
I think back then though, it was like there was a lot of sort of even more crazier shit going on, so that seemed like quite tame.
Mm-hmm. Nowadays, people are pampered, so they don't want their comedy like that. It's crazy, but
so
that's what it's turned into.
Parrot Head sent me this. Come on.
Yeah,
I mean, this is the problem. I got too many windows open. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love it when they show the picture behind them. That part, I love that part. It's the same exact stance.
I like the bit and all where right at the beginning the like going to that sort of insane hospital where he's painting a picture, and when you see the picture he's painting, it looks crazy. It's a dude with his leg over his head with a baby in his arm, but then like it pans out and you see like a dude who's like his art model. He's got his leg over his head.
Can I take a break now?
Yeah. He's like, okay, yeah.
That is a great moment too. I remember, I love that the first time I saw that. It's so like cool too. It's like, wow, they really did that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they got that guy, you know.
One of the other scenes I really liked in Airplane too, when they were all lining up to stop the one lady from being crazy. Like they you see it progressively gets worse. Like they got bats and they got chains and knives and guns.
God, yeah, that gun. She's like prepping the gun.
What's up, Will?
Batting it. Oh yeah, that is a great scene.
Must have seen those two films about 100 times or more. They're amazing. They're funny. They're funny. I do think that sometimes though, like I was saying earlier, it is nice like when they have those breaks in between the comedy routines.
Yeah,
kind of let you settle back down, and then they hit you with the next one, and they kind of catch you unaware. Because I think the problem is sometimes with some of those spoof movies, because they keep rolling joke after joke after joke, it gets to the point where you're almost desensitized by the comedy, and it doesn't seem to hit as hard because it's not quite as funny because it's not catching you unaware because you're expecting it just to be ridiculous through the whole film.
Like Joe Dirt is a pretty good movie, I would say, on comedy. More recent, but
yeah, I like that. But what's his name? Who plays him? He plays him. He's funny.
That one has breaks, like you're saying, though, is what I meant. It's balanced, and some people I don't think like that though, because they want to just comedy.
Yeah, well,
but I think it's better.
Yeah. Well, there's some crazy comedy that some people just don't like because it's like too crazy for them. But it's one of the things where, like with Tropic Thunder, that's one of the films where it's supposed to go crazy. Like there's bits in it where you're like, nah, that won't happen. But
that one's great too.
Yeah, Airplane too. Yeah, it was a quasi sci-fi comedy because they kind of threw a few elements like some of the Star Trek and stuff like that into it as well. But go ahead.
I guess I'm just not interested in nowadays comedies. I love comedians too much to care about those movies. I still like some comedies here and there, but I don't know. I'm so picky about it these days.
No, I think everybody probably has grown a little bit irritated with a lot of the stuff that's come out, and it's got to the point that you almost have to be picky about what you're watching now because you just tired of seeing trash, and who wants to spend any more time watching trash like a lot of newer stuff that keeps coming out? I mean, so much of it is so bad, and unfortunately, when stuff is good, most people are not even willing to give it a chance because of how bad everything else already is. I know there's certain franchises that I will not give a chance, but number one, 9 times out of 10, those shows or films or whatever that I won't give a chance to, they're almost always Disney related. And I have my own hate relationship with Disney where I can't stand them and I just can't watch them anymore.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. I just wanted to say that I think The Mandalorian dropped off significantly on season 2, while the rest of the world thought it got better. So I think that's a little weird. I'm starting to see your side a little bit more, and I feel like season 3 is just going to make me hate it even more. It's not going to be what I want.
And that's sad, too, because, I understand there's a lot of people in that same position. Like Shellback is one of them, Curtis. He loves Star Wars so much that he's still willing to give everything Disney puts out a chance, or he may even just, like it. Like he likes Bad Batch and all that stuff, and I don't hold it against him. I mean, I personally don't agree. I mean, I know what they've done to the lore, a lot of the lore, and it agitates me. And I just can't get on board with it. And, like Kevin Sorbo's comedy Pool Boy. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Mysteries was great.
Yeah, that's a cartoon, that. But that Pool Boy, it had the dude who played Hercules.
Yeah, Kevin Sorbo.
All right, yeah.
Kevin Sorbo is very active. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say overly active, but he's pretty active on Twitter. He posts a lot of things like poking fun at the left.
Yeah. About I think nearly 10 years ago.
He's got one of my favorite memes. Disappointed, and I don't really like memes, but I love that one. Disappointed. Isn't that him?
Yeah. Oh man, like I want to look back at some of these older like cartoons and stuff like that too. Did either of you guys ever watch the original GoBots? I mean, Curtis, I don't know if that was outside your time frame or not.
GoBots, yeah, I think that's outside of my time.
Yeah, because that would have been something I want to say roughly around like 84, 80, yeah, I would say about 84 or so. Because the GoBots franchise, it actually beat Transformers to the market as far as the toy line by almost a full year. It was two competing companies. Once again, it was Takara and then it was Bandai who owned the GoBots franchise. And it wasn't GoBots at the time. It was actually Machine Men. And the same deal where Hasbro had found Takara at a Tokyo toy show, it was the same thing with Bandai. They were found by Tonka, and Tonka said, "Hey, we want to bring your changeable robotic toys to the States. We want to remarket them as GoBots, and then we want to put them on the shelf." And they knew that Hasbro was going for the same deal with Takara, so they rushed ahead and did it. Now, granted, because the GoBot toy, what became the GoBot toys, because they were so much smaller and easier to package, they didn't really have to do a lot with the packaging. So they kept almost the exact same packaging that the Machine Men figures packaging was, and they just put some fancier artwork on it, or maybe they changed a little bit of something in the back, but they kept it basically the same and threw it right on the shelves. Like everything with Takara and Hasbro, it was all changed. Like all the packaging and everything was changed. Because the original packaging, like even for those mini cars, which were the first thing that Hasbro released, they were completely altered because in Takara, they came in like these little tiny boxes. And they wanted to put them on blister cards in the US because, it's going to be open packaging. People could see what it looks like.
Right.
So, yeah, they debuted in 83. Yes, absolutely. I don't remember if the cartoon debuted in 83 too, or Ace Arcadia. I fail to remember if the cartoon came out in 84. Because I thought the cartoon came out after the toy line did. But, I mean, I like both franchises, but a lot of people look down on the GoBots and say it's like the cheap version.
Right.
The cheap version are knockoffs of the Transformers. And there's this misconception that those toys were cheaply built. Really, if you look at it, like percentage-wise, there was just as much die cast in many of the GoBots as there was in the Transformers. The only difference is the Transformers were much larger. Now, if you look at the Transformers that were the same size as the GoBots, like the mini cars and stuff like that, the GoBots had a lot more die cast in them than those smaller figures for the Transformers line did.
Right.
But what kind of toys did you grow up on? Like,
I had kind of like G.I. Joe sized dolls. And then I had some cheap ones, but I liked the cheap ones because they were actually more flexible and you could pretend like you're fighting more realistically.
Yeah,
Legos and all that stuff, but
I remember like the cheap Action Men, where it was basically like you'd get dolls, but there was designed like Action Men.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But yeah, and like their arms was like hollowed out because it's like dolphins. Yeah.
Yeah, they were cool. I really liked them, and they had like realistic guns too. I always thought it was a fake gun, and then I found out it was real. That's what was kind of cool. I was like, whoa, that's a real fucking gun.
Well, that was one of the things that the early G.I. Joes did, Curtis.
Yeah,
like when they first came out.
G.I.
Yeah,
Joe.
they when they made the original G.I. Joes in when was that? 1960 something.
I mean, I had like cars and stuff.
Or was that
too,
1970? Hold on.
That was always my go-to. Is the G.I. Joes.
But yeah, those original ones, when they were actually making those, they actually sent somebody from the toy company over to a National Guard armory to go collect weapons and bring back to Hasbro so they can get them accurately, because they wanted them as accurately as, to be as accurate as possible.
Yeah, it was a bullpup, so I didn't think that was a real thing.
Yeah, it was 1960 that they first came out. So yeah, they did that, which you don't really see that in like more of the modern toys. They don't try to put that much detail in the stuff, and that was one of the things that made them unique. And there were so many people that actually copied it, and that's probably like some of the what you would say almost like the knockoff GI Joe figures. There was tons of companies that were copying them.
Yeah.
Did you know one of the mistakes that all these companies made when they were knocking off the original 12-inch GI Joes?
What?
They were copying them pretty much from the originals. Like they would go out and get a GI Joe and they would copy it right down, like remold it and everything. GI Joe made a mistake on the thumb, on one thumb on the GI Joe, and they put the nail upside down, so it was on the reverse side of the thumb. So all these knockoff companies were doing it the exact same way, and they didn't realize that even though it was an accident at first, it became like a trademark for the GI Joes.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think I might have seen that.
GoBots had more simplistic versions. Yes, most of them did, but actually a few of them, Brian, actually had fairly complicated for so small of a figure. And then, of course, when they had the Super GoBots, they were a little bit,
compared to Megatron,
1984 cartoon.
The gun transformation, though, that was fucking hard. It was about as hard as a Rubik Cube to some people.
Well, I mean, that was the whole thing with the Transformers. Is they were supposed to be a little bit difficult because they were almost like a puzzle for kids.
Yeah, but like it was like so complicated. It was like bitch had to like fucking flick around, and it looked weird. It didn't look like it'd do it, and then it'd flick around, and then it's like, oh yeah, it would go in there and that. But like, yeah, I never had it. I sticked with the Optimus Prime because it was like, yeah, basically, all you got to do is just put his arms to his like side, and his legs sort of like if he's doing a backflip, and then boom, Optimus Prime.
Yeah, so Ace Arcadia says, yeah, the toy line 83 and the cartoon was 84. Yeah, I thought it was 84 because for some reason it was kind of odd because they were like one of the toy companies that actually came up with the line first before the cartoon, where every other franchise, like starting with actually G.I. Joe, it started it. When they relaunched in 82, they actually relaunched with a comic book, a cartoon, regular ads, and then the toy line. And Transformers followed exactly the same way. They came out with a comic book, and then they came out with the toy line and the cartoon, all pretty close together. Like they were within months of each other that they all came out. I really liked the theme of this GoBots. It was pretty simple and it was kind of goofy in a way, but I thought it was enjoyable. Will Gentry says he had Megatron and it was easy for him to transform when he was
bullshit. You lying bastard. I know grown men today would still find that fucking hard. You're full of shit.
Anybody ever try to take your manhood?
I remember spending hours putting decals on the Transformers. Yeah, that was one of the things that was a little bit different about them too. Like a lot of the other toys that came out, there was not a whole lot of decals that you had to put on them. And Transformers, yeah, like your Transformer could look good because you put the decals on right and spent your time doing it, or it looked just sloppy as hell because they're all crooked.
I was so bad at that stuff.
Like, dude, I would be anal retentive about making sure that I got each sticker on perfectly. I would like sit there and almost sweat trying to get them on just right.
Yeah, well, I would too, except for I just wouldn't get it right.
Yeah, but like the stickers that are like in a sticker book ones weren't too bad because you fucked up. As long as you didn't fuck up too bad, you could move it around a bit. But the ones where you had to like put water on them and then leave them to dry a bit and then like pull them off like one of them tattoo sort of ones. They were tricky because if you fuck them up, there's like there.
Well, the problem with the Transformer ones and a lot of in any of the other toy lines that actually did the stickers like that, because that adhesive was really strong when you first put it down, if you tried to peel it back up and put it back on, it would start peeling. It would start curling up at the ends, and it would wind up coming right back off. So,
but what you do is you don't put it fully down. You sort of like angle half of it, and then once you got it, then you'd push it down. But then ones where you had to like. I don't know if I'm getting confused with them being in model sort of things, but there's
a lot of the models came like that where you had to put water on them.
Yeah.
Will Gentry said, I got my bro to do that shit. His always look perfect. Mine always look like utter garbage. And Brian says that he had the Power Master Optimus Prime. Yeah, my brother had that one as well. I think I sold it.
Oh yeah, and I had the Beast Wars toys.
You had the Beast Wars toys? Yeah, I didn't have any of them either. I mean, I watched Beast Wars. I didn't watch it as fervently as I did the old G1, Sunbow stuff. I was more into that. I did watch the Beast Wars, but I wasn't as huge of a fan. I did have a few of the Generation 2 figures that they came out with that they based Beast Wars off of, and like the dinosaur Megatron, the first Gorilla Optimus Primal. I had those.
The real toys, the original ones.
The original ones
are so cool. I only had like some crappy 3rd gen or whatever.
Yeah, unfortunately they got stolen. I had a couple other ones, like there was one that was a polar bear, and I'm failing to remember his name. And then I had the shark. Oh God, what was the shark's name? He actually used them in IDW.
Yeah, I only remember like Megatron.
Well, I mean, this was later on in what was like the extended part of the Beast Wars line. Like, it's something like it was Polar something for the bear. I forget what his name was. So long ago. Shark Bite was the one, the shark. But yeah, I mean, like, when they redid it as far as the Kingdom, I think they got a lot of things right. Like, I think the way that most of the characters looked in the show looked really good. Once again, the biggest problem was the voices. The voices just didn't match up to what people expected. And I think that's where they lost a lot of people, and why that Kingdom probably is not as well received as it could have been if they would have got the voices a little bit closer, because I think they did a slightly better job on the first 2 parts as far as voices.
Did I turn the volume up? Are we getting feedback from me or something?
I'm not getting any feedback.
I was just a kid. I remember, it's funny looking at it now, because it's like the worst graphics ever. But as a kid, I thought that was like really cool.
The one thing I thought was cool about it too is they didn't forget about the G1 stuff, because they had like that one episode where they had found Megatron.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. Also, is like I never felt like I could actually watch a show through. It was like always random episodes.
Barbie's hair is made of nylon thread. When I was young, I melted my sister's Barbies together by the hair. It looked like a collection of shrunken heads. Nice, Funky. Yeah. There goes some of the old ones.
Yeah.
Now, now here's the funny thing. I actually do have that one. Because the Maximal Optimus Primal and Megatron actually came in a 2-pack, and I actually still have that sealed.
I remember the Scorpion one. My friend had a Scorpion one. It was huge.
Yeah, he was just listed as Scorpknock, I think.
That was
supposed
so cool.
to be a play off the old G1 one.
Yeah, I don't even know if I knew this was a Transformers thing at the time. I watched it.
Greetings, Marshall Lewis. There was a lot of interesting characters, I think, in Beast Wars, and then some of them I don't know. Some of them I just couldn't get with. But I mean, I think a lot of the CGI that they were using, that early CGI, I think more than anything, that's probably what took me out of the show.
Yeah. Got to be a kid to enjoy it.
Yeah. I mean, it was just one of those things. I mean, looking back, it definitely had a lot to add to the story, so it wasn't bad there. And they didn't try to say, "Hey, we're replacing Transformers with all new Transformers." They say, "Oh, well, this is a different time. This is a different setting, and this is a whole new group." So I thought that was really cool too that they did that. I mean, like, unfortunately, some of these newer ones, some of the newer cartoons, they just try to reboot the whole Transformers franchise, and it just doesn't work out. And I think that's one of the reasons why I did like the Bad Robot Netflix versions, because they did try to go back and at least touch on a lot of the stuff that they did in the early Marvel and Sunbow and everything like that. And I thought that was good.
Yeah. Well, just like you were saying with the Cobra Kai, I personally not really interested, but I respect it based off of just pure what everybody's saying, so positive. I've seen little bits of it. It's cool. It's the whole show thing for me. Like, you could tell you're watching a show that always just I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I know.
But I see the
God.
respect.
What's going on, Luffy is God? Scorponok was a headmaster, yeah, in the G1, and they reused the name in Beast Wars. And I think they've reused the name a couple other times too. They do that for trademark, because if they don't reuse the names, they actually lose the ability to use the name. So the only Transformer I have left is a tiny dog that folds into the cassette tape. That'd be Ravage. Cobra Kai is awesome.
See, I believe it. It's just not a show for me. Like, I love the original movies, but I think part of it is also I don't really want to know anymore.
Right. Yeah, I hear that too. I mean, because Curtis, I've had a discussion with a lot of people. They say, "Hey, I got everything I wanted out of those original films or the original show. I really don't need anymore." Initially, I was like that. I was a holdout, Curtis. I did not watch it when everybody else was watching the first 2 seasons of Cobra Kai. At first, I didn't want to be bothered. Like, the first season came and went, and I didn't even want to be bothered. Second season came out, and I was holding out. And I was like, I don't think I want to see it. I don't think this is going to be good. I don't think this is going to be good. And then finally, I'm just going to give it a chance anyway, because I keep hearing so many good things about it. And once I gave it a chance, I was surprised at how well it was done. And why I didn't necessarily feel I needed a continuation of Daniel's story. I thought if there was ever a continuation of Daniel's story and then incorporating new characters into it, because the show, while it's still about Daniel and Johnny, it's not too at the same time. Mm-hmm. It's more about the younger generation and these kids. And while I didn't think initially I would need that story, I was actually enthralled by this story once I got into it. So, I mean, it's one of those things, I look at a lot of different franchises like that. I remember what I loved about them, and I don't need any more. And I mean, it was the same thing with that Vacation movie. I wasn't going to watch it. And finally, I'm just going to take a look anyway. I'm going to take a look at the first 15 minutes and decide whether or not I'm going to continue watching it. Once I got past the first 15 minutes and I liked what I'd seen, I watched the whole thing, and I wasn't disappointed. It's still, once again, I wouldn't say it ranks anywhere even close to the first 4, but I thought they did well enough that I enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I don't know if I'll ever.
Yeah, Bruce. I posted something about that a couple weeks ago or so, whatever it was when she passed. God, I'm terrible to remember. Marky post from Night Court. I think that was at least 2 weeks ago now.
Yeah, I remember that video. Yeah.
I could have done without the Disney films. I think a lot of people feel that way. I mean, I look back on those old Star Wars movies. I love them for exactly what they were. They were good stories, and they all flowed into one another. They didn't flow perfectly. And anybody that says that all those Star Wars movies flowed perfectly and they all jive together, you're missing something, because there's definitely some parts in them. What's going on, JJ?
What's up, guys? Sorry I'm late, but I'm here.
Yeah,
going.
All good. But there's definitely some parts in those Star Wars movies that they kind of a little bit they go against what was already previously said in them. Yeah. There's a few moments, and I think a lot of people overlook that. I mean, it's the same thing with the EU. I love the EU books. As a matter of fact, right now I'm still rereading book number 2 of the Bounty Hunter Wars, which is Slave Ship, and there's things in that series that goes completely against what would be considered the A canon of Star Wars, because it says in there that Quat Drive built the Slave One for Boba Fett. Yet we already know that Jango Fett had the Slave One in the prequels when Lucas made the prequels. Mm-hmm. Also, I want to touch on this ever so quick. I know people have done videos about it, and they're talking about the new name called the Fire Spray.
No.
That's the first I've heard it. I've literally wanted to hear it.
Yeah.
No. Seriously, if you want to go back into Legends and also games, the Slave One, the class of vessel, like the Falcon is a Corellian freighter.
Oh yeah, YT 1300.
Yeah, Corellian freighter. Okay, but the ship that Jango and Boba uses is a Fire Spray class. That's the class of ship it is. It's actually a police vessel.
Yes. And they explain that in that Bounty Hunter game.
Yeah, because that's where he got it.
Yep.
But it's a Fire Spray class of ship, so that's nothing new.
No, it is not new. Now, the fact that they felt like they had to retroactively go back and retcon it just for the sake of somebody got their feels hurt. You know what? Oh, I feel so bad for those people. Here's
snowflakes melt when it's hot, kid.
I can't stand.
Damn right.
I like that there's a good explanation for the name, but that's still especially if you don't know that explanation, that is one of the cheesiest sounding names.
But before we go any further,
it was a good job. They were painted black.
What's going on, Curtis? I don't think we've ever talked like this, man.
I want to say we have once, but I don't know.
How you doing?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I've had a busy day, but I'm not too bad at the moment. Jens, you doing all right, man? Good to see you.
Yeah. You too, yeah. Right.
And of course, the guinea pig.
Yeah, I'm here. And just in case you missed it, JJ, just remember this: no matter what happens, no matter what you think you know, you got to forget the facts 15, 16 times. Don't worry about your silly freedoms. Just do it. Do it now. Vax it out.
Hey, JJ, man, you missed it about 20 minutes ago. Tommy started sagging off the Bad Batch a bit. I was like, no, it's good. Tommy was like, fucking it.
Yeah, I'm glad the season's over with, man. I can take a break now.
I'm sure there's only 2 episodes left.
No, check it out. No, the season's done. 16 episodes. It's over with. We do roundtables all the time. And, 6, 8 episodes, that ain't nothing to do. This shit was 16 episodes, man. We've been doing this for a few months now. And I'm glad it's over with.
Oh, it was good. It's getting good.
Well, in a whole, no, as the whole show goes, the whole season, I don't think it's a bad show. But season 2, they better do some drastic improvements.
I'll agree.
So
I don't think it's a bad show. I'm just one of those types, got to put it out there. I just accepted 2003, and I don't really accept anything else. I watched most. I haven't seen the new stuff, but...
Wait a minute, you said 2003. You talking about the Tarkovsky ones?
Yeah, that to me. That one's the
3-minute episodes.
One, yeah.
Because
I've only seen it all at once. I've never watched it.
Oh, I never confused Freedom with the maid. I know the maid. Her name is not Freedom. Her name is Paycheck, and that's my kid. And triple, quadruple vaxxed. Don't worry about it. Your freedom doesn't matter.
Damn, Arnold.
Yeah, Star Wars: A New Hope and Empire is more adult. Return is 50% pure toy commercial and half a decent movie. Isn't Slave One of the 7 ships he inherited from Django? There is an EU story. Well, he definitely got the Slave One, and there was others that they wound up incorporating it, so he had more than one. I know in the EU they talk about Slave 2. I don't recall if there were 7 ships, and I don't think he got them all from Django.
Well, the Slave 2 appeared in Dark Empire. I've got that graphic novel, and trust me, it's a stupid looking ship. Very stupid.
The Slave 2?
Yeah. They could have done better with the artwork on that one.
Let me look at it.
Yeah, because the Slave 2 was originally, it was supposed to be just a copy of the Slave 1.
I mean, yeah, it's boring, but I kind of like boring sometimes. That is interesting, to say the least.
I just thought that the Slave 1 ship did look a bit weird, as in like, it looked more like it'd fly on its backwards than it does.
I mean, yeah, this is a stupid ship, but this is cool to me at the same time.
I tell you what, I don't see how you could not be down with the Slave 1. It looks like a big giant flying penis.
Is this new stuff or is it?
No. Oh. Because
I like that.
I don't know when Dark Empire came out, but I got the graphic novel because they released it in comic form also. It was somewhere around the 90s when I got it, and I actually read it, and it was a great story. But when I saw the Slave 2, I'm like, oh, come on, guys, really?
Yeah, I can imagine. But I kind of like that too. It's like it looks like a elevator.
I seem to remember that Dark Empire collection. I think I might have had it at one time. I don't know whatever happened to it. It's like a lot of those other books. Like I still haven't found all my EU books. Like I found all my Bounty Hunter Wars. I found the first 2 books in what would be considered the Thrawn trilogy. I found the first 2 books in what was the Jedi Academy trilogy, but I couldn't find the 3rd books for either one of those series. I wound up having to just repurchase the 3rd one for the Thrawn trilogy just to reread it because I'm a completionist. Once I reread these stories, I want to finish it all the way. So I have to find a 3rd copy for the Jedi Academy trilogy so I can finish rereading that. But in the meantime, I'm going back through my Bounty Hunter Wars.
You know how you can do this a lot easier, right? Stop bringing all this shit home so you can find stuff.
Well, everything's already here.
Never mind. It was supposed to be a joke.
I know.
Stop bringing shit home.
Move out of that seat and I'll split your lip.
Yeah, as you can see, we started out the stream talking about the vacation series. So,
yeah. Which I'm gonna backtrack on that part of the conversation a little bit. The only vacation movie I liked was Vegas Vacation. It's the only one I liked.
You didn't like the European one?
Nope.
But even when that German bear gets the tits out. Well,
nope.
There you go, JJ. There you go. Ace Arcadia. Dark Empire Comics ran from 1991 to 1995. Thank you, Ace Arcadia.
Appreciate it, man.
I think that's the best.
What's going on, Soul Assassin? Snuck into the chat.
Yeah, but you know,
Christmas
I didn't get the graphic novel until say 96, 97, something like that. I have to dig it out, do a little show and tell one day. But that's the story they kind of picked from for Rise of Skywalker. You know, the cloned emperor and shit.
Well, they had a clone in the Thrawn trilogy as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
Clone Luke.
Well, that one was actually a clone of Joras Sibioth. He was supposed to be a Jedi Master that they had cloned.
The guy with the white beard, yeah.
Yes. So I mean, it was already done before, and they just like everything Disney does. They go back and they cherry pick things. They change the story to suit their narrative. This way, they can claim it. Oh, well, this is an all original story. No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, they get all these bits and pieces from all the source material that Kennedy said that they didn't have.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and I'm sorry, JJ. Yeah, that was the clone Luke at the very end. You're right, because Mara Jade had to defeat him. Why did I blank on that? No,
I've never read the books.
I was just thinking about how this story plays out through the first two books.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, beyond the clones that the Emperor was doing for stormtroopers, to fill out all the ships that he stole from the that fleet. What was the name of that fleet?
If you're talking about Thrawn's fleet, it was the Katana fleet.
The Katana fleet. So when he stole almost all those damn warships, he filled it up mostly with clones.
I like Slave 2.
Joris Baoth, however you pronounce it.
Yeah, it's spelled Sibioth, but it's actually pronounced Sibioth.
Yeah, Citizen put it in the chat. Yeah, I don't read books, man. I can count on one hand how many books I've ever read in my life. I read Shadows of the Empire, which I thoroughly loved. And then I read Dark Empire. And that's it as far as Star Wars.
That's interesting, Soul Assassin. The picture of the writer for Rise of Skywalker had one of the Thrawn books in a pile he was using for the idea.
Go figure.
Does not surprise me. I mean, unfortunately, that's just something they love to do. They like to take those old stories. They like to smash them to death, pull little small elements out, and then rewrite it and claim, oh, this is a brand new idea. I mean, this was one of the reasons when everybody says The Force Awakens was a reboot of the original Star Wars movie, I always say no. It was more based on the EU novels, especially Jason and Jaina Solo. There were so many elements of the Jedi Academy, the story of Jason and Jaina Solo, rather, that they clearly ripped off for The Force Awakens. Because, when I first saw The Force Awakens, I was ready to walk out of the theater because it was just that bad to me. But I kept thinking, you know what? Before this movie is over, I'm going to wait because they're taking it to the Jason and Jaina storyline. Even though they're new characters, that's what they're taking. And then I
thought that too.
Then they didn't, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?" I was infuriated by the time I walked out of the theater. I was like,
because
nope.
Kylo Ren could have been Darth Caedus, or
that's who we
Caedus, however you pronounce it. The brother, anyway.
From what little I knew about that stuff, I thought it was Luke's son, or I thought Rey was going to be
Luke's daughter. Well, I mean, that's kind of what they did with, and not really. Revan, Kylo wished he could be even a bootleg version of Revan.
Yeah, and the mask kind of did look like it was ripped off from Revan, though.
Yeah. No, like I said, I just reread that not even that long ago. It was maybe about 3 weeks ago, tops, that I'd reread it. Because over the past 2 months, I've reread about 10 of the EU novels. Now, I'm just burning through them left and right.
I only remember really reading Splinter. Yeah.
That's
I gave
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Splinter of the Mind's Eye. I gave Mary a hard copy first edition of that, but It was hardcover, but it was missing the sleeve. It was just a blank book. Because I would have never read it. It was just something that I had taken up space.
You know why I was interested in it? Because 1, 2, 3 were coming out, and I don't think I was interested in 1, 2, and 3 because I was such a Luke fan. So I wanted to know what's. I mean, I liked 1, 2, 3, but like I was like, all right, cool, but I can't wait till we get to 7. You know, as a kid,
right?
Because I wanted to see some like Jedi Academy.
Well, did you ever read the Thrawn trilogy, Curtis?
No, I didn't.
There's a whole lot of Luke in there.
Yeah, I hear. I know.
The Jedi Academy series. That too.
I could have. I remember looking at the book with the white guy, the beard, and his fingers spread and the lines. Right. Yeah. That just. I always thought, oh well, that's probably not a lot of Luke in that.
No, it's more Luke in there than it leads on to believe if you're just looking at the cover.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the Thrawn trilogy is supposed to take place around 6 years after Return of the Jedi. So, Joris, that couldn't have been Luke because the guy was too old.
Yeah, do you remember that bit, JJ?
Come on, bro.
That's a favorite part of the.
Of course it is. There's titties involved, but
look at
does she actually show her titties?
Yeah. Look at her face, like
Because I know it would be the first vacation movie I've heard of that had nudity in it. Now, like I said, I've only seen one of them.
They showed Beverly D'Angelo too.
Watch it again, JJ. Watch it again.
I'm gonna have to go watch it now. Thanks.
Yeah.
You know who also voiced Yoda? Famous actor.
Tom Kane.
Well, maybe, but that's not what I'm going for. John Lithgow.
When?
On an audio recording, like for audio. You can look it on YouTube. John Lithgow did. It's kind of ridiculous, but it's cool.
Absolutely.
You mean like for the old school like radio programs?
Yeah, it was like a radio thing.
Okay.
Like
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool because it's like it's. I would say it's worth listening to because there's definitely more in depth and you get like a different feel than watching the movie. You know, it's kind of fun.
No, I mean that's one of those things. You're hearing the story and you can let your imagination run wild with the imagery.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there. Thought that was cool.
It's all good.
I love Joe.
It's all good.
This must be where they sacrifice virgins.
I'm gonna have to change all these clips out next week, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a class bit that though, where the fucking reverse into Stone Age and it all claps like Donny Mo.
Even though knock all the Stone Age down.
Yeah. And like they set up Stone Age differently because Stone Age is like set like one big circle inside of or with a little circle inside of a big circle, but they set it up like a spiral so it all like fingers down.
Yeah, so Citizen 333 said, I wanted to leave the theater when Rey used a Jedi mind trick on the Stormtrooper. Yeah, absolutely no training whatsoever.
Yeah, that was like pretty least makes sense.
And I agree. There was a lot of stuff, negative stuff about those three movies that I actually believe because, for one, that four Skype bullshit.
Bruce fell asleep.
You know, she learned how to use the Force from Kylo reaching into her brain. What kind of bullshit was that?
Oh, she was gifted, wasn't she, from the start because she's a clone of Palpatine, so she obviously knows how to
that maybe so. But even Anakin, when he was a boy, he did have certain abilities, but he wasn't able to move shit with his mind and do stuff like that.
Well, you know what?
Because he had great
perception.
Rey. Yeah, but he wasn't amazing like Rey.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. What they did with the EU is the EU actually took those characters, and even that Sibioth, he was not overly powerful to begin with. He became powerful over time, and he was a clone, a direct clone of a Jedi Master. So you'd think if he was a direct clone of a Jedi Master, he should have been imbued with all the powers that Jedi Master had, and it wasn't the case. He became more powerful over time. He had to learn everything to become more powerful.
But you see, the thing with Star Wars is if you have a penis, you're less powerful. Once you get rid of your penis, then you become amazing.
God damn it, Jens, you're going to make me do it.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
You know what, Tommy, though, you brought up a great point. I don't think they want us learning anymore.
No, I don't think they do.
Well, it's already been said to the test of time. You know, guys are just simple beings. Give us some food, give us some sex, and let us sleep. You know, and we're good.
That's from Billy.
You know, we're not.
Yeah, Bruce. It's from Billy Madison.
Yeah, but it's hard because, you know, and I've fallen into that trap, and I've done it purposely. You know, whenever women start going off the rails about some shit, and you're sitting there just listening to it, I'm like, okay. Then you put in your little 2 cents. Okay, they got an argument with it, not a major one, but you know they got their disagreements with it. I'm like, hey, what do you want? I'm a man. You know, I'm simple. I keep it simple. I don't try to get complicated with this shit. I'm not into trigonometry and geometry with these fucking things. It's just fucking entertainment. You know, people can't get over that. If you're not entertained, don't watch it.
Yep. Thrawn trilogy is the real sequel trilogy. I agree with that completely. Luffy is God. We could have gotten Isa Gonzalez as Kira and Luke as Jedi Master teaching her if they followed Lucas's treatment. But we got Rey and Space Horses and Kylo. Bruce Lombardo. I'm living, although I will have some more news tomorrow. Okay, that's. I don't know if you want me sharing that. The original non-cloned Sibioth makes a brief appearance in the Dark Plagueis novel. Does it really? I really don't remember. I've read that book about 5 times. I don't remember. Did they actually talk about it? They might have. I mean, there was a lot of things going on in that Plagueis novel. It's such a good book that you could reread it a dozen times and you still might miss something. Because there was an awful lot in that book.
And you know what?
That's another amazing book that was a wonderful addition onto the original Star Wars. You know what I mean? A beautiful addition onto the Lucas treatment of Star Wars, I should say.
You know, I love the prequels. Mm-hmm. But when I found out the time frame when Palpatine killed Plagueis was happening during Episode 1, during the Phantom Menace. And Darth Sidious is not in the credits anywhere. So we all know who it is, but it's not credited.
Right.
They should have showed that happening.
Right. Yeah. Well, that would be sick.
It would have tied into the story that Palpatine told Anakin in Episode 3.
Well, the problem is that story wasn't even around then. You got to remember that the book of Dark Plagueis didn't come out until much later. And,
yeah, I know.
And they probably wanted to keep the secret that the Emperor was like no, the Emperor. You know what I mean?
I heard this crazy what if scenario.
Ray was a stand-in fantasy for KK in her attempt at acting.
Oh wow!
It's a
I heard this.
Okay.
I heard this crazy theory, and if you guys follow me on this, I kind of liked it when I heard it, but I doubt it's true. Of course, we know Palpatine killed Plagueis. And in the end, Palpatine was cloning himself so he could basically live forever. Okay, well, let's stop and think about that for a minute. How would you... and when I heard this, I was like, oh, fuck, this guy could be old as shit. He might have been doing that anyway. Through the centuries, through the eons.
Transfer.
Yeah, and learning from different Sith Lords and then taking them out. And then when he gets old enough and the body's aging, he's got another clone ready to go, and he goes and learns from somebody else. Because in Rise of Skywalker, he's sitting there saying, I am all of the Sith. And that theory makes sense.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, cool. I can deal with that. But I doubt it's true.
Right. Yeah.
It's a wonderful idea, but it ain't going to change the fuck.
Never true.
Yeah, but it ain't going to change the fuck up that Disney did. So, but the story sounds cool.
Yeah,
I'd like to see some shit like that.
Soul Assassin hits on it right here, and that actually was in the Bane trilogy of books. The theory of Bane using essence transfer from master to apprentice. Yeah, because he, towards the end, when his apprentice, took him out, he was trying to transfer his essence into her, and they actually talk about there was a struggle between their minds, and as the book's ending, it's almost like you're not sure if she kept her presence in there or if Bane took over initially. They almost kind of hint like maybe Bane could have took her over, but they say later on with some of the other books that no, Bane was vanquished by her. So yes, I do remember that, Citizen. Master Sifo-Dyas appears briefly in the Darth Plagueis book. Yep. Really? As well as Dooku before he's ever lured to the dark side. I mean, Palpatine is kind of courting him at that point, but he has no clue what Palpatine is. He just
he's still a Jedi. Yeah, he's still a Jedi.
But I don't like the fact that you can transfer your essence in that, because why didn't Darth Vader transfer his essence to a stormtrooper at the end? Like, oh yeah, let's get over here, Luke.
Well, not everybody possessed that power. It wasn't something that was taught to everybody. And you got to remember, Plagueis actually tells Anakin, I know ways of cheating death. I could teach you. But one of the things that a master always does is they never give the student everything because they want to hold something over them, and that's how they keep them enslaved.
Yeah, well, I thought it was just his electric shock treatment thing, because you'd want your second in command to be able to transfer the fucking thing just in case he got injured. But I don't like the fact that people can transfer their essence. It's apart from 6 day, and it wasn't really that. It was just sort of like a sort of recording of their memory, which when they got cloned, it just be a different person, but with their memories.
Yep.
You
Absolutely,
like that?
Soul Assassin.
There's a guy on YouTube right now. He goes by Darth Angelus. He's doing right now the Thrawn trilogy. In his own way, he's animating it. It's not top notch animation, but he's got voices in there. The characters are moving around. There's action, stuff like that. I've never read the books, but now that I can sit here and physically see it somewhat, I'm interested.
Right.
And he's done quite a few episodes of it. They ain't very long. They're like 5-6 minutes long. It's just really, really interesting. If you want to, look at it.
Yeah. What's his channel again?
All right, hang on. I'll put it in the chat, in the private
Captain
chat.
Trek. How's it going?
What's up, Captain? How you doing, man?
Yeah, Citizen. Fuck off, film. Yeah, critical drinker.
Fuck off, film.
But there was a lot of good stories in the EU that you can actually go back and enjoy. I mean, it really is just a shame that Disney being Disney, that they tossed all that aside. And that was another argument that a lot of people had, like, oh, well, it was never canon in the first place. I'm sure you remember seeing all those arguments, JJ.
I got it,
And
JJ.
One of the things that I always pissed and moan about those people about
check that
for,
out,
I told them flat out, okay, if it was never canon, why did Disney feel the need to say that they were decanonizing it?
Wait, did I get that right?
What's that?
Did I get the right link out?
Hold on.
That's Angela Straven.
Is that what we were? Did I get?
No,
that?
he's talking about somebody named Darth Angelus.
Oh,
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
You're good. You're good.
That's all good. Angela Straven's a friend of the channel. I mean, it's a shame he can't bring his crypt walking ass up, up onto the panel. And he's too busy laying in his coffin right now.
Okay.
Damn it, Draven, where are you?
All right, I'm about to put it in the chat now.
Okay, got it.
Just I don't like vanilla links. Oh well, I fucked that up. Hang on.
There's a
I don't like.
Soul Assassin said there's a channel called Unreal Cinema who's working with other YouTubers and bringing a animated KOTOR show. Check his videos out. The animation looks awesome. That's pretty cool.
Oh.
And that's really what we need. Now, I know Walton talks about it a lot, talking about independent creators, people who care about these franchises. And those are the type of people a lot of us should probably go check out. Those are the people we should support because they're going to bring us those type of films or shows that we actually want to see, something that we can actually relate to from what we know about these franchises from the past. So,
yeah, I would watch the shit out of an animated KOTOR series. I really would.
I mean, there's been a lot of those fan films. I don't know how many you guys have seen, but I mean, there's been quite a few of them. I've seen like Star Wars related, just on that topic. There has been some really outstanding fan films out there. Like I remember one of the ones that hit me the most as being amazing was they had a Darth Maul Apprentice fan film.
Mm-hmm.
Outstanding the way that was done. It felt like when you're watching it, it felt like that was Maul. And him defeating a bunch of Jedis, that was really good. It was well done. Then you have those guys that are doing Buckethead. That's amazing, too. I don't know if you guys have seen that. They're actually trying to make that a series. And it's taking the perspective from a stormtrooper.
Right. This guy, Darth Angelus, he's done 14 chapters so far. 14. Anywhere from 6 to 8 minutes long. It's a really good channel. I suggest people check it out if you're Star Wars fans. You want to see some... this guy, I'm assuming this guy is doing it all himself. And if he is, he's... For what it is, I think it's top notch.
Yeah, I'll check both of those out.
Yeah, I wish I could remember some of the other ones I've seen because there was quite a few that were actually really good, like fan films. But I remember there was one with something like a Rancor egg, which was pretty interesting.
What?
Yeah, it technically didn't make sense because it was almost looked like it was supposed to be people from Jabba the Hutt's palace, which didn't make any sense because if you read how they talk about it in the EU or how they already previously talked about it in the EU, he had gotten the Rancor as a full-grown beast, pretty much. So, and the trainer that he brings in, the one that's crying at the end of Return of the Jedi when he gets killed, the handler.
Yeah.
He was brought in from a circus that actually dealt with monstrous creatures, and he was brought in for his expertise to pretty much take care of the Rancor for Jabba.
And that's what's fucked up too, because there was another Rancor before that one, because there was an episode in the Bad Batch where they had to go save something, and when they get there, the little girl finds it and wants to set it free. It's a baby Rancor that they're rescuing for Jabba. I can't remember his name, but the fucking thing was stupid. You might as well just go ahead and say Fluffy. It was Fluffy, basically. I'm like, are you kidding me? But come to find out, that's not the one that we see in Return of the Jedi.
Talking about fan films, huh?
The keeper raised it. The keeper raised it.
Yeah, talk about fan films, though. Do you remember that bit where someone extended the fight scene between Darth Vader and Obi-Wan Kenobi?
Oh, yeah.
Scene 38 reimagined, man. I love that shit.
My favorite, easy.
Yeah,
it has to be.
Whoever
I
did it
think if you're trying to go with the essence of what we've seen in the prequels, it makes a lot of sense. Now, if you're going by what they're showing in the original Star Wars, I mean, they're both much older, and maybe their skills aren't as sharp. Or at that time too, Lucas had no idea how he was going to do a lot of those effects either. So he had to keep a lot of it fairly simple back then. And he actually said in many interviews that the Star Wars film that he put out was not the one that he really would have liked to have put out. Yeah. And that's why he did the
special editions
scenes and the special editions, because there were scenes he wanted to add stuff that he wished he could have put in the original one, and there was no technology for it at the time. And I know a lot of people have problems with a lot of the special editions. There's certain scenes in there that are just goofy as shit.
I don't have a problem with them as much as like the fact that they've overtaken, like there's no way to get an original cut now.
Yeah, I know. There was actually people out there trying to sell the original cut. But like when they talk about some of those scenes, like the one with Jabba, if you go by Lucas's original script or actual footage, it makes sense because he did have somebody who was supposed to play Jabba the Hutt and have that scene with Han Solo. It was originally going to be there. He had a guy stand in, almost looked like, I guess if you were going to envision like a fat, overweight Attila the Hun, that's kind of like what the guy looked like. And he was just a fill-in for Jabba because at that point, Lucas didn't even know what Jabba was going to look like.
Yeah, because when they redid that scene and they put like Jabba the Hutt as we know him in it, they had to make it look like he stood on his tail because he walks behind him.
Yeah.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
We got George Lucas in the chat.
Yeah. Hey, George.
I can't see that from stream.
Really?
Yeah.
It's right after.
No. Okay, now I see. Okay, now I didn't see it at first. That was weird. I wonder why it didn't pop up right away.
Sometimes it takes a second for the chat to catch up with itself.
I know. He's very sad.
You hear people say, "Oh, the chat jumped." That's what it does.
Yeah, George. Pretty good films. Like, sorry, like you got fucking screwed over by Disney.
But anybody in the chat. Anybody in the chat that knows Chris Knight, the Real Review 3000, he has the entire trilogy, the despecialized edition of it. He's got Star Wars when it was just Star Wars before Episode 4, the original, and it looks good too. This ain't no crappy copy. If you know him, get in touch with him. He might be able to hook you up. I actually didn't think I was going to come in here and stumble in on a Star Wars conversation.
That's all right.
That floored me.
Hey kids, did you hear that I'm going to be taking over your favorite franchise? I'm going to kill everybody in the first 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, apparently, isn't he?
Get your crack-headed ass out of here.
Who's that bed who he's working with and all? Or he's going to be directing a few episodes of
What Titty?
No, the woman who fucking was Kathleen Kennedy's fucking best mate, and Kathleen Kennedy said, "Oh yeah, she's going to have a fucking TV series, the Star Wars."
I know, Leslie Headland.
Yeah, fucking whatever.
She's doing the Sith Lord show, Acolyte.
Right.
or acolytes, and she did already said there is going to be gay relationships in this series.
Fucking hell. Yeah. Well, Kevin Smith's going to be directing. Like, I don't know how many episodes, but at least one. Apparently, I heard today.
Yep, they're not done. They are not done. I mean, just when you thought that they went as low as they can, Disney is going to dig into that well and just take it a little bit further. Yeah, Luffy, the despecialized edition. Yeah. You know,
Yeah.
I had a friend of mine. He had that. One of my best friends. He had that on Laserdisc, the original.
Ooh.
I
Big
don't
old album size CDs, man.
The ones that were like 33 album size. Yep.
Yep.
Save us Arnold Schwarzenegger from Kevin Smith. I don't think that's going to happen.
I'll be back.
So
Only in a rerun.
Recently.
Yeah, Kevin Smith did a remake of The Running Man. Like, he'd have Schwarzenegger as the, like, female who's getting, like, carried around by some strong female.
Well, they did a remake of The Running Man, didn't they? It wasn't that long ago. I thought they did one.
No, Total Recall.
Yeah, Total Recall.
Now,
yeah,
you want to go and leave movies alone, but go and remaster them. I tell you one that I would love to see, and I've mentioned this many times. I love the movie. I love the story. The Last Starfighter. Go in there, freshen it up, redo the computer graphics.
I don't think you need to, redo that one. Why not tell a continuation of that story? That would be even better.
They're planning on it, but I can't put no faith in what that we get these days.
It'll be a little less than all.
They're thinking about doing a sequel, but you go back to the originals. Say like Predator, or Last Starfighter. Other movies that were great back in the day, go back and refresh them, remaster them, re-up the special effects in it. Man, those movies would look great.
The Predator, you could edit it out.
All of that. Good morning.
Carl Weathers, his arms showing when he gets his arms blown off, but you can tell his arm is behind him.
Yeah, because one movie me and Slasher did was Krull. Krull. Krull.
Krull.
And he said he loved that movie. He goes, but the special effects in that movie do not stand up. That's what I'm saying. Go in and remaster these movies and make them look great again. Oh, man.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes some of those special effects that weren't, like, I guess you would say, up to today's standards, I think that there's a certain charm about them. Like when you talk about like Flash Gordon, the special effects in that are not up to par. But I think there's a certain charm to that movie, the way it was done right then. And I personally just don't even think it really needs to be redone.
No. Well, yeah, but I think what's happening here though is like for us, it doesn't need rebooting because we are like used to them because we're used to watching crappy fucking. Special effects where we've got to imagine what it's got to be, but for the younger generation, they'd fucking love it because then they won't be like, oh, I'm not watching that film because the effects are shit.
Well, no, Tommy, you ain't got to do much with Flash Gordon. Like in the beginning of the movie when they're going to Mongo, that the flight they take, just go in and CGI the actual ship, and then later on in the movie. When the daughter is taking Flash to see going to the forest place, CGI that ship because you can tell it's not. It's a statue behind a blue screen because that's what they used back in the day, not green but a blue screen. Just freshen it up.
Well, I think though with Flash Gordon, it was what one of them where they went for quite a trippy sort of colour, and it was going for the sort of like 1950s, 20s or 30s or whatever the old series was done to get him like a sort of that feel to it.
You know, just case in point. I don't know what everybody thought about it, but within the special edition trilogy, okay, the one thing that I thoroughly enjoyed and appreciated was in episode 4, the Death Star battle. They went in and redid that and CGI'd the ships. You know, it looked more realistic. Then you could tell. Then the original, you could tell they were models, and they were moving them and shooting them behind a blue screen, and you know, you could tell. You know, it was kind of faker. But
in the original,
yeah, in the very original.
Oh yeah.
But in the special edition, when they go
those original,
yeah. But when you go to the special editions, you can see the pilots moving around the cockpits and the R2 units moving around. You know, it looks more lifelike.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that too. Hey, games, movies, and comics are us. What's going on, buddy?
What's up, Dane?
Coming. I want to get back to the Running Man thing really quick.
Go ahead.
So the reason I thought that there was a remake, because in 2012, and I thought I remember seeing this before, in 2012 there was talks of rebooting it and remaking it. And as of right now, they're still in talks of doing it, or they're in the process of doing it, because I'm reading an article right here. It said the Running Man remake is happening with director Edgar Wright. And that was posted February 19th of 2021. So Paramount Pictures has tapped this Edgar Wright guy to direct a new adaptation of the Running Man. So that's why I was thinking that it might have already been done, because I do remember reading that article a while ago.
Oh yeah, come on. Let's bring Vin Diesel in on this, or The Rock, or somebody. Well, a manly man.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm thinking though, they're going to change it to the Running Woman.
Yep, probably.
And they're just like waiting, aren't they? But yeah, if they do a Running Man, I'd say JJ, get someone like Vin Diesel, The Rock, or even John Cena, even though he's like not one of my favorite people politically, but for an action star though, like it could do that sort of part in that.
You know, that would be interesting if they did a reboot, brought back Flash Gordon. Who would you guys think they would get to try to play Ming?
The Man.
Who do you think would? Who do you think that would be a great role for?
Well, The Rock is an easy choice, but
Ming the Merciless. It's
Ming the Merciless, not Flash. The bad guy, Ming. He was originally played by. Oh man!
If we could get that one guy that was in Star Trek, I'm drawing a blank. Captain Kirk guy. If they could get him to play it.
Captain William Shatner, really?
Yeah. He's
great. I think more. What's his name? Who was in Thingy?
Damn.
Yep. Damn reboots.
Actually, they're quite old. Nicolas Cage. He did a good Fu Manchu in one of the like spook.
Yeah, Maxwell Side Out.
Wait, are you guys still talking about the Running Man?
No, he was on Flash Gordon.
Okay, yeah, I was talking about the bad guy for the Running Man. I meant.
Yeah,
that was Richard Dawson, man, the TV show host. Yeah.
Hey, you want to take Ming the Merciless? You want to take Ming the Merciless in a completely different direction? You want to make him like overpowered and everything? Why don't bring in Bolo Young?
Who?
Bolo Young. He was the bad guy in Bloodsport. Played Chung Lee.
Oh yeah, the big hefty guy. Yeah.
Well,
he is freaking huge for his short ass.
Ben Kingsley will make a great Ming, yeah.
Yes. Ben Kingsley, would be great. Chow Yun Fat. That's a name I heard in a long time.
Mm.
And thank you for that, Luffy. I appreciate that.
James Hong and all. Oh, he's real old. They're like bad guy in Big Trouble in Little China.
Oh God, that was another one they were talking about rebooting because they were talking about having The Rock take over the role for that Kurt Russell had, and I was like, oh no. Eventually that fell flat, and it fell apart. But yeah, because they also they were going to redo The Crow, and they were going to bring in oh God, what's his name? Plays Aquaman.
Oh, Jason Momoa.
Jason Momoa. They were going to bring in Jason Momoa to play Eric Draven. I was like, no.
That's one movie. That's one movie they need to leave the hell alone, man. That would disgrace Brandon Lee's memory so bad.
I tell you something though.
That's a movie from its time.
Yeah.
It couldn't be any worse than having what's his name, John Connor's thingy as the Crow number 3.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That hit the nail on the head with that one. Benedict Cumberbatch's Ming. That would be great.
Crow's perfect the way it is. I think so. And you know, and that's the thing. It's not even that old of a movie. And you're saying technically the same thing could be said about Big Trouble in Little China. It's not really that old. Why did they gotta sit there and pick up these franchises that people love and then just try to smash them to bits?
What's going on with
he's definitely lost a lot of weight, Luffy, but you could he still does have some muscle tone to him. For somebody as his age, he still looks damn good for his age.
Who?
Bolo Young.
Oh yeah.
He's still got some size to him. He's nowhere near as big as he was in Bloodsport, but he's still got some size to him.
He hasn't hit dad bod yet.
Oh wow.
There we go.
Yeah,
Okay.
but luckily the Crow one fell flat too. It fell flat, and not only did Jason Momoa decide he wanted to walk away, but the director decided he was walking away from it because he just didn't like where it was going.
Yeah.
Well, if there's any sensible directors or producers out there, they don't want to mess with it. Because even this one here, man, Edward Furlong. I'm sorry that.
He really did. Oh.
Yeah, that's Edward Furlong.
Yeah. All right. And like you might be thinking, oh right, so it's Edward Furlong, but at least the fucking got him like trained up like a martial artist, like, and so like in the film he's whooping ass like a fucking like trained fucking martial artist. No. Oh. He's like a right soy pussy bitch. Oh. I didn't even mock it. Yeah. He was like practically crying. Like, you're supposed to be, well, yeah. But yeah, I was going to say, anyone now, Crow's one of them where anyone can just say, right, well, at least I was better than Edward Furlong.
If they're going to redo The Crow, the guy they need to do it would be Ray Park.
Right.
That's a good choice.
He is an actual martial arts expert, and
is he black?
We know he does the voices well. Not the voices, the makeup well. Mm-hmm. And this would be simple compared to Darth Maul.
What is his name?
It's Ray Park.
The
guy in this photo here.
The guy who played Darth.
He was
Maul
Darth Maul.
Phantom
Menace. Right, yeah.
Actually, he was also in Solo.
He was also Toad in the X-Men series.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
yeah.
He was Toad.
Yeah, there we go.
But he was Maul in
Of course, he didn't do the voice. He didn't do the voice.
No, but that was in Solo. It was Sam Witwer that was his voice. But
well, the funny thing about Ray Park, he wasn't even supposed to be Maul at first. He was just brought in as like a stunt coordinator, and they were so impressed with the moves that he was able to do with the staff that they decided they were going to put him in the film as Maul.
Yeah.
And Ace Arcadia, yep, Bolo Young is 75 years old. That's why I said he looks pretty good for his age, considering how old he is. Oh, Jesus. No,
It's hard to
way.
believe that that guy is 75 years old.
Who did the voice of Maul? Really?
Yeah, there was somebody else that did the voice of Maul.
Yeah, I can't remember.
He have
Yeah.
a voice, did he? I don't remember him saying much.
Well, no, Sam Witwer did Maul's voice in Solo, but in the Phantom Menace, it was someone else.
Oh.
Yeah, because Lucas didn't feel like he was evil enough. But the guy he wound up getting in to do it didn't sound that much different than Ray Park.
Yeah, and besides, Maul didn't say much in the Phantom Menace.
No. But I think he originally had the idea that he was going to give him more lines, and he decided against it. Because initially, Maul wasn't even supposed to be a male. Like originally, the idea was it was almost like a witch look. Like it had like long dreadlocks. Like the original sketch for what Maul was supposed to look like was strange.
Yeah, because in the Clone Wars, we are introduced to Mother Talzin.
The Dathomar witches.
Yeah, Mother Talzin, and that was the original concept. One of the original concept drawings of Maul. And he's like, no, it looked too devilish, too evil. Especially the one with the dreads, man. The concept art of Maul with he just looked like a damn zombie with dreads, man. He was like, no.
I think though that it did suit him not really saying much, because you always thought, oh yeah, he's one of them where he's so fucking fucked up and dedicated to his training that he's lost the ability to speak, but he don't care because he's not about words. Action.
Yes, Soul Assassin and Night Sisters were based off the original art.
Now, also, I don't know what they've said canon-wise about it, but in all actuality, Darth Maul should have never had the Darth name, period, because he was just Palpatine's assassin.
Yep, he was never fully a Sith Lord. Even though Palpatine did hint that he was going to make him a full Sith Lord one day. The initial thing is because he wasn't even supposed to survive because Plagueis wanted Palpatine to destroy him.
But they didn't want to overcomplicate the story that was already overcomplicated.
Just like from in the Clone Wars, Palpatine wanted Dooku to kill Ventress because he didn't like the idea of having his apprentice having an apprentice. Even though he was already a Jedi Master on the Council. Okay, he already knew his shit. But yeah, Palpatine wanted him to kill her. That's why all that with Savage Opress happened. It's just they bounced around so much and told so many different stories. It's almost got to the point. Even in Legends, it's hard to keep up. Even though the prequels are canon, the Clone Wars now are canon. It's hard to keep up when you keep bouncing around like that. Granted, they still make decent stories, but come on, guys, make it more cohesive.
Hey Wookie, that was the thing though. Like the Clone Wars, they borrowed that was already stuff that was in the EU. Like before Clone Wars even came out, they had already toyed around with the idea that Maul was still alive. They did it in the comics.
Yep, because the first set of legs Maul gets, I've had a picture of that image long before these episodes came out. And when I saw that he had the same legs as this picture that I have, I'm like, holy shit, that's awesome.
Yeah, there was a whole set of backstories where he fought Obi-Wan a couple different times. Like,
and he did in the Clone Wars.
Yeah, but I'm saying well before the Clone Wars.
Mm-hmm. And they were talking about if they went through with the original idea, Darth Maul was supposed to be the bad guy in Rise of Skywalker. But how is that possible when Obi-Wan killed him in the Tatooine desert?
M-A-U-L.
M-A-U-L. Maul.
Here you go. Spider Darth Maul right there. Your first search.
All right.
No, not that one. His first set of legs, but that shit was kind of weird too.
Yeah, they had a couple of them, huh?
I don't even know.
Well, when Savage Press found him, that's what he looked like.
Yeah.
And then
even got a Lego.
Redid it again.
Yeah.
Well, even in the book Sentinel, he's referred to as an assassin. He's referred to as a Sith assassin, and not even a full Sith Lord. And that was mostly because of Plagueis, because Plagueis didn't want him bestowing the title of Lord or Darth on him.
And in all actuality, when he sent Maul after Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, that was still a test. He was still being tested. One that he failed, nonetheless.
The spider legs were his first legs. See, that's what I seem to have recalled from the comics.
Yeah. What I'm talking about is right there next to the picture. You see him with two legs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well,
that first set he had.
Right.
That's actually not a bad looking little piece either. I like that.
Soul Assassin says, look up Star Wars Old Wounds. That's the Maul y'all are talking about.
Old Wounds.
Originally, I wanted Nicolas Cage as Darth Maul, but he wanted too much. I could imagine.
No, not Nicolas Cage.
I tell you what, when you talk about Nicolas Cage and you talk about that old Ghost Rider movie, I so wanted a good Ghost Rider movie, and I'm sorry, that wasn't it.
No, hell no.
They were so bad.
All right, scroll down, second row. Oh, you went back.
I can go back though.
Well, you take the spider out of the search.
Oh yeah.
You got Star Wars Old Wounds Spider. Take the spider out of it.
Yeah, just take the whole Spider Darth Maul. You can take all that out. Technically, well.
Oh, there you go. Now do that.
Initially, Citizen. Initially, yes, but Plagueis actually found out about Maul very early on. Like even in the novel, Plagueis knew about him. Said, "Okay, well, leave him now until his usefulness is at an end, and then destroy him."
Well, in all actuality, Palpatine raised him from a really young kid. So he had a lot of years of training.
You're talking about the Clone Wars?
Right there. Now I'm talking about Darth Maul in general.
Right,
yeah.
From what we see from the Clone Wars.
Yeah, that would have been his second set of legs.
Yeah. Well, no, not it wasn't in the Clone Wars. It's in books, in Star Wars lore or whatnot. I believe in the Darth Maul comics, that's where it was revealed. It shows Maul. He's already red.
Which one do you guys like better, left or right? On the Darth Maul.
I think they're both the same sort of thing.
Well, the one that I've got is the left.
Me too.
I like the right because the neck piece ain't as big.
They're both good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd go for the right because they look more sleeker and looks more. What's that? Where that you use for toys, where you can move around more. Tommy, you know.
Maneuverable.
Yeah,
flexible.
yeah, sort of thing.
And also, in case you guys didn't know that, in the final season of the Clone Wars, when Maul comes back and fights Ahsoka, the mocap for Darth Maul was Ray Park also.
The what?
Motion capture.
Oh, yeah.
The final fight between Darth Maul and Ahsoka was Ray Park fighting.
What's up, Ancient One?
Yeah, I
How you
remember
doing, buddy?
hearing that too.
Hey, look at this, man. This is when he's getting the women, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like, don't bother looking at my legs. I've got perfectly normal legs. That's what he uses on his Plenty of Fish profile.
Hey, y'all. Darth Maul on Tinder today. Check it out.
I know, it's like his arms are bigger though, aren't he? So
Yeah, because he had to work out a little bit because, you know, he had to physically somehow build his spider legs.
The cloak.
The cloak.
Yeah,
The
the one
what?
where you right there, yeah. See how there's like the same image but with the cloak on? Look
Oh,
down.
okay.
Yeah, it was right there.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, it's pretty sick too.
Oh, y'all got to make me look through my shit. Hang on.
Ew.
You know what I mean, damn it. Come on.
Oh, I know what you mean, but I couldn't help myself.
I know you couldn't, Tommy. Damn.
It's not my fault. When you're around Waldonis,
Yeah.
where's Waldonis? When you're around him all the time, like the whole shit thing always seems to come up a lot. So it's not my fault.
Hey,
Oh, no, it's never your fault, is it?
Nope. I can't accept responsibility for things. The guinea pigs talk to me, and they tell me to do things. It's not my fault.
Man, don't blame them guinea pigs, man. You got to take some blame for yourself, man. You ain't that innocent. Trust me, because I'm not. Some fucking pictures. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, look, he's got a shield there.
Soul assassin. Yeah. Can't go losing the goodies and not get a little bit mad, I suppose. Ahsoka has plot armor.
Every character does. You just got to know where to find it.
Yeah, I seen what you guys were talking about earlier, where they're trying to find a way to rewrite it so Mace Windu's still alive. Just trash. He died. You know, and as much as people would like to see the character come back because they really like the character, he's gone. Get over it. You know what? I really enjoyed Qui-Gon Jinn's character initially. I mean, I know it was a very short-lived character, but I enjoyed that character. I would have liked to have seen that character at least go into the next episode. Or at the very least, I would have liked to have seen Maul make it into the next episode, not have both of them wiped out in the very first one. I think that was a little bit of a lost error because there was so much more that could have been done with both of those characters.
Yeah, but Tommy, remember, Force Ghosts can come back now and fucking act like normal people.
No.
Nonsense. Because when Lucas originally wrote all that stuff, they could go back and they could interact, but they couldn't really do anything. Like Obi-Wan even tells Luke, if you go to face Darth Vader and the Emperor, I cannot help you.
Oh, he's just
why? Because there was nothing he could do. He was a ghost. He was a Force ghost.
Well, that's not entirely true because in The Last Jedi, Yoda catches a tree on fire with some lightning.
Yeah, that's nonsense. That's just Disney garbage. Fake super
I understand.
Full-size bag of premium carrots and premium lettuce for Tommy the guinea pig. His wife and the guinea pig pup so that he can weak out of complete happiness. Thank you, Ancient One.
Look at that. Not now, though. Look, he's holding a lightsaber and he's a Force Ghost.
Going back to Mace Windu, though, a lot of people want to see him because they never actually showed him die. I mean, yeah, you could say easily, but still, I was always on that side. Like, yeah, I want him to live. I want to see more of him.
Well, yeah, but they didn't see him die. But how come Obi-Wan had to be Thingy's teacher, Anakin's teacher, if he hadn't died? Because it's like, hey, you're the one that wanted to like be training up this little kid. I'm not doing it.
I would like to actually see, instead of this solo show, I wanted to see a solo movie where they tried one last attempt on Anakin's life with a very vengeful Mace. And personally, that's what I was thinking would be cool.
Well, isn't that what's his name is doing? Thor Skywalker.
Yeah, he's bringing a little bit of that. I don't know how close it will be to what I want to see, but I always thought that would be a cool idea, like to see him try one more time as Vader, because I always wanted to see a Vader fight. That's what was my gripe with Episode 3 is I didn't see any Vader. I saw Anakin as Vader, but I didn't see Vader suit fight. I thought, or even I wanted to see Anakin in the Vader suit without the helmet.
Well, also check this out. If you're familiar with a certain YouTuber by the name of Star Wars Theory, some people hate him, some people like him, but he did his Vader fan film, the Episode 1.
Right, that's what I was talking about. Thor Skywalker. That's like his name.
Episode.
That is Star Wars Theory. Yeah.
Episode 2. He's doing. There's going to be a Vader and Mace Windu fight.
Yeah, he already did the blueprint for it. He did a trailer for it a while ago.
Yep.
That was, God, I can't even think of how many months ago that was. That
I'm
was a
just
while
saying,
ago.
I think Disney, that's their, like, that would have been cool. That would have, like, sucked me in if that was their idea, but...
You realize that you weren't going to see Darth Vader
never
fighting. Did you go, no?
When?
When you realize you weren't going to see Darth Vader fighting,
all
you were going to see him is
pretty much. That's pretty much me. I mean, it took a while for 3 to grow on me. It's everybody's favorite out of the prequels. It's my least because they had a cover poster of Vader mask, and it looked so cool. And I thought I was going to see that. Didn't see that.
Yeah, this is something I bought.
You did
this is something I bought.
2 minutes.
Well, when you had the cloak on, kind of, that kind of gives you that. But then they take it off, and it looks stupid.
Hey, how big is that thing, JJ?
That thing stands about 11 and a half to 12 and a half inches tall. Now with the saber, he's well over 1.5 feet.
Yeah.
And you can take the blades out. You can take the arm. It was in pieces, man. I had to put this thing together.
That's yours.
Yeah.
What's going on, Bear? Welcome.
Yo.
Bear, that's the person I ain't seen in a while. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Ancient One, real quick. I do believe I put Jens in the description. If I didn't, it's just that. It's Jens Pedders, Peders.
Yeah, Blue Tack Baby Yoda's a good one to do.
Do what?
Yeah, I did. Here we go. I'll bring it. I'll show you.
Shit, I just want a Baby Yoda statue, Lego statue.
Soul Assassin says you like your Sith being a foot long.
No, but she did.
Yeah, I've been stirring up some innocent trouble on Facebook and all that, and basically Dead and Company requiring people to get that little pinch in the arm, and if you want to get into the pit, the main floor, like the old days with the Grateful Dead, forget it. You're not getting in without that pinch, or a test that says you're clear 48 hours beforehand.
Well, luckily,
Oh,
I
what
ain't
you
worried
need
about
to
it
do
because
is
I
you
don't.
need to not worry about that. You need to just get it 15 shots, 16 shots. Don't worry about this bear. I've got you covered. You go ahead. You're going to do it. You're going to do it again. You stick around. Stick around for the shot. Do it.
And here's the thing, and I'm pretty freaking disappointed in Bob Weir. He used to be a hero as far as I'm concerned, but I don't know whether they got something on him and they're making him do it, or he's just sold out.
Yep.
And there's a lot of heads like myself that feel and think that, hey, sold out. Why is Phil Lesh playing with Dead and Company? He declined. He was asked to join. He declined. Now I'm beginning to think maybe there's a reason why he declined.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like all the heroes that we supposedly have are going this route of authoritarianism.
Well, this is something that most people haven't yet realized. The heroes that we have or had, they don't exist no more. We don't live in we don't live in that day no more.
There's only a handful.
Not even that. Not even that. They're slowly dwindling. They're all getting drowned out.
There's two.
Well, yeah. Look at I guess there was something going on with Brad Pitt, and I guess he's got cancel culture coming, trying to cancel him. I guess. Personally, I didn't even see anything about it because I happen to like Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, that Blue Tap Baby Yoda, if you like type it in, it's pretty good. As in, it should show up pretty much. Like, there's quite a few things, but it'll show up usually on the first page and that. So, like, yeah.
Pardon me for a second. Tommy, I got to step away from my desk for a second. I'll be right back.
All right, no problem.
That's usually best way to find my channel. I find because yeah.
Oh man, so look at D. Schneider. Dude sold out and Razorfist destroyed him. Yeah, you know what? And there's been a lot of these people that we thought were all about, enjoying and talking about the things from the past that they loved so much. These were the same people that said, we're not going to take it anymore. We're not going to be told what we can and can't like. We're going to do what we want to do. And now they've turned completely 180 and they're going in the opposite direction. And they're speaking exactly the way that their protractors spoke to them, which were the PMRC. So you know what? Nah.
Yeah, it seems like they're kissing globalist tail end, or as they used to say in the old days, arse.
Yeah, they've got their tongue deep into some fucking.
Honestly, you want to know why there isn't a king in Scotland right now? Because back in the days when they were trying to put a king on the throne, they were so busy fighting with each other that they didn't see England sneaking up on them. Now this comes that I'm the second generation born outside the Highlands of Scotland. My great grandfather was a Gordon, a Highland Gordon Brigade in the military, and his father was. Their brothers were. And so I think I have a little bit of right here to mention something about that. And it's the same shit, man. They're fucking too busy fighting with each other while the evildoer is taking control. It's the same thing. It's the king and queen's game. And most people don't realize that they're playing the king and queen's game. And guess who loses? The normal, average, everyday people. That's who loses. That's who dies. And so you're right, JJ. Our heroes,
Yeah, well,
very, very
Joe,
you.
Right together.
What
Because
happened?
I come to the realization today that either Bob Weir is compromised, being manipulated, or he just decided not to care, or he's bought into it. And Bob Weir, that's a pretty large culture hero.
What's going on, Norporial?
Hey, Nerper, how you doing, man? So it's like, and there's a few of us heads over on Facebook that have been seeing these Grateful Dead fan sites and all the related sites that talk about that stuff. It's like, since when do Deadheads family go after each other? Since when? It's the same thing as YouTubers going after other YouTubers. It's that unspoken code. You're not supposed to do it. The fuck is wrong with people? Grow the fuck up and learn something from your peers that know better. And if you don't, there's someone nearby who will gladly teach you.
Well, I think that's part of the problem, Barry. I mean, again, when you're talking about stuff like that, you're talking about the people that don't want to listen. I mean, it's the same argument that we've had forever when we're talking, like, when I'm talking about like the older franchises and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's the same argument. Like, they don't want to hear it. They want to hear they want to see something new. They want to see the old stuff done new. Well, you don't need to see it done differently. It's already there for you to enjoy. We can add on to it. We can expand it as long as you pay attention to what was already there. And it's the same thing with a lot of these YouTubers or the people that are fighting on Facebook and especially on Twitter, because you can't help but stumble across Twitter or run into somebody who's freaking arguing with somebody else. It's because they don't want to listen to an opposing view at all. They want to see things only their way, and they don't care what the majority of other people say or think. And they think just because they have the biggest mouths that they're going to get their way every single time. And that's how these freaking lunatics have managed to invade the comic books, how they've invaded all the entertainment industries from movie, TV, and all the way up into politics now, is because people were scared to say anything against them. They were afraid to be called out as a racist or a sexist or, whatever. It doesn't matter. And these people just lost their way. And like I said, it always started with entertainment. And that was one of the reasons why I did this, because I always like to go back and look at those old franchises, what we love about them so much. Because if we can't sit there and respect the old franchises for what they were and find a reason to fight for them today, how are we going to be able to fight for anything else? Something as simple as your favorite comic book, your favorite toy line, your favorite movie. If you can't fight even for something as simple as that, how are you going to stand up to these bigots, these racists, and these bullies that are trying to take down not only your country, but your way of life? They want to cast aspersions on you. They want to put you in a box, and they want to label you, and that's where they want to keep you. So, yeah, I mean...
Yeah, the last comment that the Nerdporial put in there is... pretty right on. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, you don't go after other YouTubers. I agree. It is unnecessary to update older stuff. Make something new. That is not being done. Laziness and destructive writing is afoot. And, I don't even know if it's so much destructive writing. It's a lack of creativity is really what they have. Yeah. They see something older and they say, well, how can we just write this to make this more diverse or more inclusive? And then this is the kind of entertainment you get, unfortunately.
Yep.
Yeah, basically, just to take you back a step, back in the day when Jerry died in '95, and then some of the festivals started carrying on after that. Me and people my age were the oldest people out there. My age group back in those days, because all the older heads were just staying away. All the older families were staying away. Now, if you ask any of these, if you know who they are, because they stay pretty hidden. If you ask some of the families that stay hidden and all that, about all this infighting with all these dead groups on Facebook and stuff, they'll straight up tell you that those ain't deadheads. They ain't family. They're wannabes. They're pretenders. And in some cases, they may be. They may be, because they're doing stuff that heads never would have done. You see, heads, they went into the parking lot and they took care of shit in the fucking parking lot. And we're not talking about fists flying. You know what I'm saying? Spun City, buddy. That's what happened. Fuck with fucking family and see what the fuck happens.
So Nerd Puriel says a lot of people don't know the difference between the old and the new, so they like the new thing and crap on the old thing. I've been seeing this quite a bit in the past 6 years. I mean, you know, and we could talk about that till we're blue in the face, because that's one of the things that you can't get people to agree. Like people who like exclusively like just the sequel trilogy for Star Wars, because that's the topic we've been on for probably like the past hour and a half or better. Yeah. How long have we been talking about Star Wars now, Curtis?
A good hour at least.
So yeah, let's just take that for example. I mean, you see the camps. You can see the camps where the people who, you know, they only liked old Star Wars movies. Then you got the camp of people who only like the EU. And then you get the camp of the people who like the EU and the movies. And if something is good that comes out that's new, they will say so. But if it's not, they're going to attack it. And then you get the people all the way on the far end of the spectrum and say the only thing that matters is a sequel trilogy, and that's all that's good. And you can't find any middle road anymore. But
oh man, you got to look real hard, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's somewhere off in the middle of the desert. You got to find the middle road, you know? It's real hard.
But I want to talk just a little bit more about the Mace Windu thing before we jump off that Star Wars topic. So what did you say, Curtis? You said you wanted to see?
Oh, I wanted to see vengeful. Both, like, I wanted to see like more of that like tainted side of the Jedi, seeing like Mace Windu wanting, and even Kenobi, because you hear it when they talk about in The Last Jedi, like your father has to be killed. It's like I always viewed that as wrong, as Luke kind of does, you know. And so I would like to see more of that kind of mentality, politics, if you will, in the franchise, because they did do a little. Well, I guess. Some people think that they did that, and some people don't, I guess. But I always thought they were hinting that the Jedi were corrupt. And yeah, I would like to see that, where they're like trying to take revenge, but they don't really realize that they're under the influence of the dark side, trying to take out Vader, and all they're really doing is making him stronger or whatever it is, you know. And ultimately, they fail, and that's how we see the final demise of Mace Windu. And maybe he saves Kenobi or something, you know. That would be cool to me.
I mean, Mace Windu to me is kind of one of those weird, like, subjects. I almost want to look at it like as well. The Emperor got electrocuted. The Emperor went into the shaft, and the Emperor was gone. And the Emperor, I mean, I think we can all agree that the Emperor Palpatine was 10 times stronger than Mace Windu. Because you could see in the Phantom Menace, well, not in Phantom Menace, but in Revenge of the Sith, that he was
could get a much darker Mace, though, where he's more embraced this dark mentality, kind of almost subtly, where Kenobi can't really see it, you know, and we get a much more intense battle. I always envisioned Mace going a little dark side.
Well, the thing about Mace, at least the way they explained him in part of the lore in the EU and everything like that, is he had the ability called Shatterpoint.
Yeah.
And basically what he was able to do is he was able to not necessarily channel the dark side, but he was able to channel their dark side energy back against them. So he was able to mirror their own energy. The more hatred that they put out, the more he could turn it against them.
Right.
But in the same token, I mean, how strong was Palpatine too? So, I mean, by that point, he's already taken out Plagueis.
Yeah, I mean, I always thought seeing that dynamic of him like just finally turning evil a little bit because of Anakin. He already had that little bit of hate for him, and it just flips him. But I mean, you could take it either way. I'm okay with I always thought, because we don't see it, I always thought.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there could be a possibility for them doing it. I mean, they're going to have to really tell a good story and explain how he survived, because the way they leave it open, the way he gets shot out that window, it doesn't look like it would be survivable. I mean,
no,
not at all.
You kind of have to just, and that's one of the things. Is like for me, I can accept that in a Star Wars world because he's a Jedi. Basically, I just like, well, he might be able to survive it just because he's so powerful, in my mind. But then you got, Samuel Jackson. He wants to come back. Things like that make me like, he wants to. Me too.
I ain't dead, motherfucker. Oh, sorry.
Did you see my saber? This is bad, motherfucker. Anybody else have some thoughts about them bringing Mace back?
I wish they would before Jackson gets too old.
Or if he's like an old, kind of like Luke, but cooler. He's been or Yoda. He's been hiding somewhere, but maybe he's gotten tainted. I always got that fascination where he's like, he has to be saved because he's turned dark and a little bit,
Well, yeah, because Mace already dabbles in the dark side. He uses it as
Shatterpoint. I was already talking about it.
kind of like a sieve. That's where he gets his power from. He feeds off the dark side.
Well, he doesn't feed off it. He reflects it back to him from what they were saying in Shatterpoint.
Wasn't there also like a vapor or something weird like that?
Yeah, it's vapid.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be the
Vapad.
Is that, oh, yeah.
Like a fighting style.
Vapad.
It's
Vapad.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So there's the fighting style.
It's one of my favorites.
But yeah,
Maybe
like
he
his
loses control,
his ability, it was explained in Shatterpoint. And it was supposed to be, it was almost like a mirroring of the dark side back at them. So the more you tapped into the dark side, the more he was able to push it back at him.
But
yeah, he's like Nerd Porio. He said it. He's likely, that's probably what killed him, is the lightning more than the fall, because he's probably dead. But
no, he survived. Lucas already confirmed that he survived.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah, that's something Jackson and Lucas talked about. He goes, did I die or?
Cool. I'm down with that, but
yeah, I mean, but like I
they're
said,
probably gonna screw it up. But
yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you need to have somebody explain the story, because I mean, the way they make it look and the way they showed that the Emperor dies so easily. I mean, okay, yeah, he went down the shaft and he had his lightning going out and it hit the core and then he blew up. But I mean, look at Vader. Vader was extremely powerful in the Force, and he died because he got hit with freaking lightning from Palpatine.
But also the fight with Obi-Wan, and the fact that he came back with all artificial limbs, limited Vader's power. That's why he couldn't shoot lightning. It would fry his suit. He lost a lot of power when him and Obi-Wan had that fight.
This is true.
He was not the man he was when he went against Obi-Wan.
Well, to be able to cast Force lightning, you have to have hands, because the lightning being cast comes right from the hands.
Yep. Well, see, that's where I was kind of confused. You're absolutely right, Bear. But the fact that he could force choke somebody.
Nerd Poriel. Thank you for coming by.
Take it easy.
Hey, take care.
Yeah, man. Take care. Thank you for stopping in, man. You still need limbs to be able to pull this stuff off. He could force choke somebody. He could throw stuff around like he did in The Empire Strikes Back.
Well,
but why can't he shoot lightning?
If you think about it, it's just like a spellcaster. They have to have hands to cast spells.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're literally writing words in the air. When you
I would say that you maybe possibly do
under a different way.
There's a lot of things in the Force that you obviously didn't need hands for at all, and Vader proved that in The Empire Strikes Back, because he did. Yeah, he used his saber. He wasn't using his hands. He was like kind of pointing, and a couple times he didn't even do that. He just kind of nodded, and things went flying across the room at Luke. So I think there's certain elements to the Force that it's all in their mind. They don't even need to necessarily have physical physical appendages to be able to move these things. So,
Yeah, exactly.
Now the lightning, I totally get what you're saying though there, Bear, because he needs a focal point for that lightning to come from.
Now,
it can't come from his mind.
If you think about all the Star Wars books and all the Star Wars stories, there's never been a Sith user that made lightning appear 10 feet from the guy without it coming from his hand.
Right. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, certain things like that, I could see that, but I think there's a lot
they're not just powerful enough to do that.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of force abilities that didn't even need it, and I sometimes wonder if maybe they underplayed how powerful Vader was in the original movies because Lucas really didn't know how to convey that on screen.
Well, also, I don't know if anybody's read them or not. It was in either one of the Vader series, if not in what was the book called? Vader Rises or The Rise of Vader or something like that.
The Rise of Darth Vader.
Yeah, and either that book or one of the comic series, Darth Vader comic series, he did use lightning. I think like once or twice. And that's when he found out he couldn't because of his appendages and his suit, because it did, electricity and electronics don't go well together. That's when he found out he couldn't, which, I always thought that. I'm like, well, the Emperor can do it. Why can't Vader?
Well, they further broke that down in the Knights of the Old Republic and slightly, I think, in KOTOR too, because they said there was different classes, you could almost say, of Sith. Like some were warriors, some were freaking sorcerers, and some could use like the Force, lightning, and other abilities like that.
Speaking of wizards and sorcerers, I think Bob Weir should probably have his wizard card taken.
Jason Lee Tucker, what's going on?
What's going on, Jason? What's up, Jason? How you doing?
But yeah, I thought that was actually well done as far as like the Old Republic game. I think that was one of the things that I think was kind of needed in a way to explain how certain people could have powers and other ones couldn't, because it makes more sense to have somebody who specializes in something. Because if you look at the way Luke was portrayed earlier on, he was portrayed more as a warrior, not so much as a heavy force user as, say, somebody like Yoda. Who's Yoda could move things that Luke struggled with throughout the first three movies. Like, he struggled in the beginning of Empire Strikes Back even to bring his lightsaber to his hand.
Yeah, he was still in that learning process. But nobody
really taught him anything.
I don't want to say real or true fans, but anybody that knows the knowledge and the lore. There are Jedi that can't do everything. There are Sith that can't do everything. Everybody has their own abilities and their own specialities. Just like in Knights of the Old Republic, Bastila Shan. Yeah, she battle meditation. She was the only one that could do it and pull it off. That's to say with the lightning and the force transfers and all the other Sith magics and stuff. Not everybody can do it. You got to be well trained in this certain area, in all things.
JJ, the only one I could remember, I think there was somebody in the later Old Republic games itself, the MMORPG. I think there was somebody in there that could do battle meditation, but the only other time we've really seen battle meditation in the EU canon was C'Baoth from the Thrawn trilogy. Because that's what Thrawn had brought him in for the battle meditation, so he could coordinate all the attacks.
And as far as the timeline goes, the Old Republic is after Knights of the Old Republic and Knights of the Republic 2. It's after that.
Oh, Hanzo. What's up, Hanzo?
What's going on, Hanzo? How you doing?
The Old Republic?
Yeah, the Old Republic was
the MMO.
MMO.
Yeah. I believe that's still running, isn't it? It's still live?
Yeah, it is. I play it from time to time.
I stopped playing it a while ago just because it was actually too much for my computer, and not even so much just for my computer, but the internet. Oh my God, that game eats up so much data. Like it eats up more than World of Warcraft did. And World of Warcraft ate up a lot of data, but nowhere near as much as the Old Republic game did. Holy crap. And God forbid if you went into one of the main hub areas where you could buy things and everything like that, like on the big ships. Oh man, it was impossible. If it was loaded with people, you were lagging all over the place.
Yeah, I stopped because it just wasn't the same as KOTOR in my opinion, and I wanted a KOTOR 3. I still want a KOTOR 3.
Oh yeah, who doesn't, man? To me, I'm not an RPG player by any means. I think I've played 3 RPGs in my life. Knights of the Old Republic. Oh my God, I fell in love with that game.
Same here. Yeah, I'm not even an RPG player.
Yeah, I fell in love with the game, with the story. I didn't care if it was an RPG at that point. To me, it was a Star Wars story.
I actually got so sucked into the story that I stopped caring, which was incredible feeling.
I found a video, man. It shows nothing but the cinematics bound together as one long, kind of like movie. And it tells the story pretty well. Just taking the gameplay out of it, and just watch the cutscenes. Turned out very well. Same way with what was this one game? It was a Star Wars game.
Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy.
No. It was a newer game. I say newer, but
Soldier 1 or whatever.
No, kind of like like the Force Unleashed or.
Oh yeah, the new one.
Yeah, well, no, not the new one. It was on the 360. That's where it came out. Excuse me, the Force Unleashed, and then they later on pretty much
Jedi Knight, Jedi Outcast, right?
Ancient one. I'll let you know. I'll let you know when we end.
Jedi Fallen Order was a prettied up version of the Force Unleashed because the game mechanics were similar, but it looked prettier.
That's the new one.
Yeah, that one. But there's a lot of these games to where you can just take the cutscenes out of and tell a great story without even the gameplay.
I think a lot of those
that means a lot.
I think a lot of those games, the cutscenes do add to it. I mean, that was one of the things I really loved about the original KOTOR series. Is there were so many cutscenes and there were so many explanations.
You wanted to watch
the lore. Yeah, like I loved the first time that you played it and you went to Korriban and you got to go through the computers and learn about the Sith code and everything the very first time. I love that stuff. And they did something similar to that in the Old Republic MMORPG, but they just didn't go as far in depth as the KOTOR game originally said it. So, yeah, seeing a part 3 would have been really interesting, especially if they would have took it in the direction of the Sith more so than the other games did.
Yeah. Well, 2 was a perfect middle ground if you think about it like that.
Oh yeah, definitely, because they gave a little bit of everything in it.
Yeah.
But I mean, if they took it from the side of just telling the story of the Sith in a KOTOR, that would have been amazing. That would have been like from the perspective of one of the fallen Jedi, one of the original fallen Jedi. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, even
in
KOTOR,
but it's it feels wrong almost you can tell the game is meant to be played as dark.
Yeah, but even in KOTOR, damn, I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, here, you think about it for a second. So, Super Chat, a shipment of full plate armor specifically designed for cute fuzzy guinea pigs for Tommy, the guinea pig, so he can prepare them for warfare. Wouldn't that be pig fair? Pig fair.
Pig fair.
War pigs. Then we talked about this last time.
Oh my God.
Were you talking? Tommy was talking about the Sith side of things, and that reminded you of.
Be well, Bone.
Hey, Bone.
Take care, Bone. Thanks for popping in, man. Damn. Never mind. I forgot. Old man syndrome just set in.
Hit the rewind button, see what happens.
No, I ain't doing that. No.
You were saying KOTOR had elements of this dark side, Sith side. I think.
Oh! You were talking about all the stuff that we're having in Coach War. They even thank you, Curtis, thank you, Bone. I mean, not Bone, Bear. One of them B word shit. I'll get it right in a minute. You know, acolytes, dark. They actually had the classification dark Jedi. You had your acolytes. You had then you had the Dark Lords. They weren't even called apprentices. The only apprentice mentioned was Malak, but then he killed Revan and became the Sith Lord. But in the Old Republic, the basically the resurrection of Revan. This is long after these first 2 games. I think hundreds of years passes. Great stories. If we can get movies and TV shows with these same great stories, shit, we wouldn't be talking about it right now. We'd be like, yeah, can't wait to see such and such.
Shadow Hands, Apprentices, Acolytes, and Revenites. Yeah, they had a whole lot of that they touched on in the MMO RPG. They actually had a whole expansion dedicated to who was supposed to be tied around Revan, which I never had a chance to play. I downloaded it, and damn it, I never had a chance to play. Luffy as God says Rey is mostly based on Starkiller from the games. That would be from the Force Unleashed. The scene with Rey force pulling a starship is taken from him. Yep, absolutely.
Wow. Yeah. Yep. And that was way better on the commercial. Remember that commercial was so cool.
I didn't care for the commercials.
that Force Unleashed commercial, I think.
I thought you were talking about the movie. I was like, I didn't care.
He pulled the ship down.
Yes, yeah, and that was a really cool part in the game too.
I didn't like the game, but I love that.
Really, you didn't like that game?
No, because I like Jedi Academy type fighting style, and it was kind of different. Didn't feel as real to me.
Yeah,
they'd slash them, and they'd kind of have to keep slashing them, and you kind of had to do that in like the Jedi Academy games, but it didn't feel like it.
What do you guys think about that? I've heard that one floated around a while as like a fan pick. Keanu Reeves playing Revan.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Well, there's that where they want Keanu Reeves to play any part, but he's probably well into the John Wicks.
Yeah, I'm over that.
Hey, Tommy, how you feel about a trailer being played? It's about a minute and a half.
Wick.
The John Wick 4 coming out.
We could play it and discuss it. I mean, if it's something that I could possibly, wind up getting struck for, I don't want to play the whole thing through.
You might get a claim, but you ain't gonna get you're not going to get struck.
Well, I don't know. Not the way YouTube has been lately. YouTube has been striking people for ridiculous stuff lately.
Well, as long as we pause it, say every 10 or 15, 20 seconds.
We can do that as long as we pause it and talk about it.
Yeah, because you're talking about the Revan thing. Because I found the trailer for the game.
Wait, there's a trailer?
Yeah. Oh, dude, some of the trailers for the Old Republic. Oh my God, those are worth a movie in itself.
Yes, they are absolutely amazing. And you know what? When I first seen those trailers, like before this game was even launched, I seen some of these trailers and I was hooked from the minute I got done watching the trailer. And I had pre-ordered the Old Republic game.
Yeah,
and I was so into it, I pre-ordered not just the regular game, I pre-ordered the collector's edition, which I still have. And I know we talked about this before, JJ, where it came with the big giant Darth Malgus statue.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I came with all kinds of codes for the game itself, so you could have special like editions that only came with the collector's edition initially. So
yeah, man.
Oh man.
And to me, in the Old Republic, man, Malgus is a shit. I love it. I love where the character came from, how he became who he was, because it even showed before he even got all messed up in one of the game trailers. Man, it shows all the basically the stormtroopers fighting all the Sith, and then one of the characters that looks like Bastila, but it wasn't. messed him up royally. That's why he had to
Satil,
wear the face.
that's actually Bastila and Revan's daughter, or
Oh,
it's
really?
either daughter or granddaughter. I'm failing to remember now. I think it's like a granddaughter or something like that, or something. But
She was related.
Actually, her name is Satil Shan.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let me turn this up. Here we go.
War is coming. Conflict on a scale we've never seen.
Give it
Pause.
Okay.
Yeah,
BioWare.
I like the intro too, because it kind of hit, like, remember when they had the Republic base in the first Star Wars on Yavin?
Mm-hmm.
That's what part of that scene reminds me of. Like, you got the watchtower sitting up there and everything. And that I think that was another thing that BioWare really did right, is they went back and they looked over some of the old films, like, okay, well, what could we incorporate from the old films to make this feel like Star Wars when we create this game? And I think they did a really good job, even down to the detail that they put in the ships. When you actually have what they call the flashpoints, which is like a dungeon in any other game. So in their flashpoints, when you're going through the ships, they feel like a ship in Star Wars. So
yeah, I like the way the dude was like, "A war's fucking coming." Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a descendant.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
descendant of that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a puzzle game. It's not gonna be.
It's not a puzzle game, but you got to solve shit in there, though. All right.
Yeah, look.
Revan has forged an army with a single purpose.
Yeah, they're good
To
graphics there,
change
though.
the galaxy forever.
Come on.
Republic, we must unite or fall.
Pause.
Yeah.
Pause.
Yeah,
armored
yeah.
up Wookiee.
Yeah, you see that, man. Blue lightsaber, red lightsaber, they're all banding together.
Did you notice the foreshadowing in this trailer?
No, I didn't.
We must band together before.
Yeah,
Think about that.
true.
Is
Like
there-
Revan's the ultimate evil.
Well,
Yeah.
I think Bear's at the fact that it's like a foreshadowing for everything in life. You know, if you wanna
Foreshadowing for
defeat-
reality.
Yeah, if you want to defeat
True.
an evil, that you have to band together. And I think, yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that franchises like Star Wars can teach people if they would get off their high horses and stop, like, oh, I'm in this camp and I can't listen to anything from that camp. There's a lot of good messaging in these older stories. And that was very prevalent in what BioWare was doing with this game. And it really is a shame that this game didn't take off the way that they were hoping it was. Because initially this game did really well for its doing this for characters and everything. Like you get to play, you could play as a bounty hunter, you could play as an Imperial agent, you could play as a Jedi counselor, a Jedi guardian.
You could be a scoundrel or a smoggler or whatever.
Scoundrel, yeah. There was like a couple.
Tommy, what weapons
yeah.
do you have if you play as a Jedi counselor?
You, as a Jedi counselor, you have more force ability powers. If you're playing as like a Jedi guardian, which is basically like a warrior, you're more lightsaber oriented, more weapons oriented.
Yeah.
And like on the Sith side, like you had Sith assassins who were more about agility. That's what they would have categorized Darth Maul as. Then you had sorcerers like Plagueis or anybody like that shot like the Force lightning. It dealt with a lot of sorcery aspects. And then of course,
but
you
also
had the Juggernauts.
They introduced it in Knights of the Old Republic. There was also a third class for the Jedi. It was the Sentinel, which usually ended up with a yellow blade.
Yeah, and they kind of touched on that a little bit because they cherry picked it from the game, I think, didn't they, for the Clone Wars?
Yeah, because the Jedi guards had somewhat of either a whitish or yellowish blade.
I think Josh Doomthal should play Revan.
He would be a good Revan too.
Yes, he would. He's the right age for it too. If
Josh
they do it
Brolin?
now.
No, Josh Duhamel, right?
Yeah, it's Duhamel. It's really hard to pronounce.
Yeah. Fergie's husband.
Huh?
Oh yeah. That'd be a good pick.
He'd be good.
He would be great for it. Yeah.
And Girl Next Door.
I used to watch
I'm drawing a blank. The guy that played Wolverine,
Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman.
Yeah.
He played a good older version.
Wait, was this the guy?
Well, here's the one thing I see, and this is the part that pissed me off about not being able to play this expansion, is I never got to find out how Revan escapes the true Emperor, Vitiate.
It's in the books.
No, it's not. He ends as a captive of Vitiate. That's how the book ends.
Someone's probably as
Are we
JJ
talking
was-
the original books or?
Oh, yeah, the original Revan book. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the original Revan book, he ends as a captive.
I thought that was Timothy Oliphant, or whoever this guy, the guy that played
Timothy
Hitman.
Oliphant's older. They look alike.
They look alike, yeah. I think he would be good too, or either or.
Well,
you know?
if they were to do a younger and older version, those two would probably match up better than the other guy.
Ancient One, thank you for sharing all the links out there. I know Keck was out there earlier sharing some links too. I appreciate you guys tremendously for doing that. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, that might be good. Henry Cavill as Exar Kun.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah. Or even Marco Ragnos.
Yeah.
God, who would you get to get? Who would you get to play Bane?
Bane? That's
Vin
definitely
Diesel.
no, yeah, Vin Diesel or The Rock.
Vin Diesel.
Either, yeah, Diesel. Yeah, he's not.
The face.
Well, yeah,
Actually,
he has.
The Rock does too. Actually,
He has
I
the
kinda wouldn't mind
face.
seeing The Rock.
No, I would think Diesel because he's not as big as Dwayne Johnson is as far as build. Because you don't want a truly muscle-bound douchebag Sith Lord.
Well, the only reason I say it is because I found myself admiring the movie Doom, and he kind of has, when he transforms, I can almost see him looking like Bane in that same way.
It's a possibility.
Yeah,
you
but
know.
The Rock is too tall.
Oh. Yeah, he's a little stubby guy, you see.
Oh, so Revan. Hold on, I want to read this by Soul Assassin. Revan escapes from a Republic rescue mission, is defeated by a Sith strike team, and comes back as a Force ghost to help the player fight the Emperor. Oh, okay, all right. Because the way I read into the game is almost as if he came back himself. Okay. Bane's doing the rock eyebrow. Well, you know that is one of the things, though. If you've read the books, Bane was huge because he was a miner originally. He worked on a mining colony.
Yeah,
and he was huge by all the accounts in the books. He was a huge guy.
That's very true.
I started that book. I never finished it.
There's the whole series is amazing.
Yeah, because the first images of Bane I ever saw, he was big and muscular. Even if you go look at his if it's the novel covers, showing his face and all, he's a big guy.
You realize Bane's almost 7 feet tall. That's a big guy. The Rock isn't tall enough.
Oh,
well, camera angles.
Oh, you were saying the Rock.
Yeah,
too short. Because Darth Bane is 6'7".
Holy shit!
And 6'7". They don't have his weight listed. But
Hulk Hogan then.
6'7".
Hulk Hogan was age, de-aging technology.
There you go, JJ.
What?
Now they're gonna make him look like Thanos.
Soul Assassin says the Bane audiobooks are on YouTube.
Ah, cool. All right,
You
here we
played
go.
Drago's son in Creed 2 for Bane. I'm not.
Oh,
familiar.
yeah.
I'm not familiar with Drago, whatever that
Well,
is.
he just looked like Dolph Lundgren, sort of thing, but a bit sort of different, obviously. But it was supposed to be like, when the son takes after the dad, because that was the thing, wasn't it? It was like the
guy
rematch.
that played
Dolph
Drago.
Lundgren.
His name is
Yeah.
Florian Monteo.
6'7". Man, I had a boss that was 6'7". I'm sorry. I
That's
stand
tall.
next to this guy. I'm 5'9", dude. I was looking at his chest.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, JJ.
All right.
Stay.
Hey guys, battleship here. Hey, what the fuck's that?
That right there was an original. Well, as close to you can get is an original Sith, because that's what the original Sith looked like.
Yeah, the
That
actual
red-
species.
There are diluted versions of what are called true Sith in the game that you can actually play, and they got like the red face tentacles and everything like that.
Yep.
But yeah, they're not like true blood like that guy was.
All right,
Right.
John Magnolia, however you pronounce his freaking last name. He's 6'5". He could probably play Bane and get away with it because he's played in True Blood, Magic Mike. He's been in a lot of different stuff. There was one particular movie, I can't remember the name of it, but it was kind of reminded me of what the hell is it? They're making a fourth one. Stallone's movie that he did. There's 1, 2, and 3, and they're making a fourth one.
There's Rambo.
I've seen this guy playing a movie similar to that. It wasn't Rambo, no.
Yeah, there was 5 of those.
Yeah, there's already
five of those. There's going to be a fourth one. I just can't remember the freaking name. I'm drawing a blank. But this guy here, he's been in a couple different movies like that, and I think he'd be a good. His height wise.
Oh, Expendables.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, he'd be good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Drago's son, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's real life, but yeah, he plays him in.
No. I'm talking about the movie. Drago's son.
Yeah.
I don't know that Army Hammer.
Well, he could be his son though, as in like it looks like him. As I say, it was one of them where it was like, yeah, let's do a rematch between Apollo Creed and Drago again, but this time Apollo wins. Oh, the son of Apollo.
Maybe.
What were you trying to say, Bear?
It's gone.
All right, go ahead, JJ.
Something to do with Bane.
All right.
It's time to face your destiny.
Seven years ago.
Yeah, like I said, I downloaded it and I never had the chance to play it. And that always pissed me off because I couldn't even get back in the game. It was so bad when I got into the main hub area on the ship. I was lagging so bad I couldn't even make it to the damn docking bay to get on my ship and leave.
Yeah.
That was the last time I tried to play it.
Yeah.
I played it the first time I made this
right.
computer.
This next link going in the chat is the tallest actors in Hollywood. That's where I got a couple of those names. Yeah, so Bane basically, if they strictly stick to the height and the stature, basically they're going to have a hard time finding the actor.
Well, you know what? I don't think they have to necessarily match it like, you know, to the exact height or anything like. As long as they get close enough and they keep to a generalized proportion of what Bane should be, I think it would be fine. That was the one thing that kind of bothered me about Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. He had the mannerisms down and he had the facial expressions like and everything, but he was so tall.
What if
Wolverine
they
is
would have
not.
tried the Lord of the Rings effects like they did in the first one?
So the fact that
That would be a lot,
Jackman was
but
the fact that Hugh Jackman was slunching pretty much all the time. Now that makes sense.
Yep.
yeah,
Because he was slouching a lot
yeah,
as
he did.
Wolverine in those movies, in those scenes. He spent a lot of time leaning
Trying
down
to look
low.
small.
Yeah. I'm just like, now it all makes sense.
Absolutely,
Well,
Soul Assassin.
Well, hey, fellas,
think
I got to get going because I just got told dinner was ready.
Oh
And,
yeah, can't be called late for dinner.
Oh yeah, the wife
Yeah.
took the trouble to make some barbecue chicken, mashed potatoes, and some veggies.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Nice.
man,
Oh, well,
gonna make me
yeah.
do this again.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun old-fashioned family Christmas. No, we're all in this together.
Oh shit!
All right,
Yeah, I'll
gentlemen.
barbecue chicken.
All right, Bear.
It was good to see you again, Bear.
Hey,
Hey,
let
JJ,
them know.
send me-
Let them
send
know
me
where
an
they
email.
can find you, Bear, and let them know what you got coming up.
Yeah, you should come hang out Saturday. We drink alcohol and talk about man things and nerd things and rock and roll and all that stuff. Well, hey, I'll see y'all later. And once again, the chat, you're awesome. You all are awesome. Awesome. Need I say more? Awesome. All right. Hey,
All right,
Take care,
Bear.
Bear.
Thanks for having me
Take
on.
it easy.
Yeah, everyone,
You do well.
take care and be safe on your travels and eat good food. Hail.
Hail.
All right.
All hail.
Tom Cruise with
Yeah.
really tall platform shoes.
You kind of look like Prince.
I think those are called stilts. I think that's what you're looking for, Kick. Stilts.
Yeah, he did a good. Is it John Reach? Well, somewhat Reacher. I forget the first name. Jack Reacher.
Jack
innit?
Reacher.
Yeah. Even though, yeah. Like that bit where he like jumps out of the car and like just mingles into the crowd. It was like real good for being short, because that is when you need not to be like 6'4" or whatever. But you wanted to mingle into a crowd.
Okay. Yeah. I remember. Yeah.
I think there's a whole lot that they could probably do with Revan if it's done correctly. I mean, me personally, with everything I've seen, it's not Disney that should be doing it. Quite honestly. I mean,
Well, you
that's
just said the
way I
main
feel.
word right there, Tommy, correctly. You know, there's plenty of directors out there that can do this. Okay, but seeing how it's a Disney property now,
Yeah.
ain't happening.
Yeah.
Ain't happening. Because if they do it and they agree to it, well, guess what? Disney wants a cut of the money that makes.
Well, Disney
No.
would want a lot of females in it.
Well, it ain't no different than with Spider-Man, because you know Sony still owns Spider-Man. They came into agreement with Disney and they got a cut of the money. You know, so it would be no different with a Star Wars movie. You know, if
Just like Solo
Even-
and Rogue One.
even if Lucas decided he wanted to do one more, like a one-off, Disney's getting some of that money. Period.
Yeah.
And they're going to control it to how they want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Kathleen
yeah,
Kennedy won't be
I
able to keep their nose out of it. But seeing how now this is just theoretically speaking, if it's Lucas, you know what Lucas will tell Kennedy.
Go get me a coffee.
He's like, you already fucked my shit up. Get away from me.
Soul Assassin, yeah. Well, Brie Larson did kind of try to campaign for Revan, but she also just campaigned to just be a Jedi in a Star Wars film more than anything. Larson,
Brie Larson,
she's Larson.
man, Larson, man, fuck off. They bring her in swinging a lightsaber. I'm done. For real, I'm done.
My Star Wars won't be made for you.
Yeah.
Thank you
Bitch,
very
I was
much.
watching. I've been like, bitch, I've been watching Star Wars longer than you've been alive. Hush. It ain't made for me, my ass.
Oh, it's going to happen though sooner or later.
You know, this not made for you bullshit. Fuck you. It's made for everybody that's interested in it. I don't know where you get that fucking idea from. Sorry, Tommy. I didn't mean to go on a little rant like that.
No, man, it's all good. It's all good. Preach it, man. You got a love for it. You got a love for it. Go ahead and say it.
Well, I do, but even I love the IP a lot. I really do. But even I see shit going wrong, but I still have hope. But you're going to bring Brie Larson into it. Guess what? There's going to be an assload of fans pissed off about everything she's going to say about it before she even says it, because we know it's coming.
Anybody ever try to take your manhood?
Yep, exactly.
God, I love that clip. But I don't know. I mean, I think there's a lot to look back on as far as like all these different franchises. Like, looking back on all the stuff from Vacation movie we started off with, talking about Airplane, and then going into Star Wars. There's so many great things that we've already talked about tonight. There's so many things that we look back and we say, this is great. Why can't we have that now? And it is mind-boggling how these companies just don't see that.
How do we still not have Bane movie or a Darth Plagueis movie?
We don't have it no more because it's not PC anymore. The movie Airplane alone. Oh my God! You realize how many people that would offend today?
Oh, I know. We were talking about that.
That's just ridiculous.
Even the vacation movies. There's a lot of stuff in there now that the PC police would not tolerate.
Yeah, no. Like I said, I only liked Vegas Vacation, but I love Airplane, man. That is a classic movie. But nope, you ain't gonna have that shit today. The SJWs would be all on that, like white on rice.
We're having Brie Super Jedi.
Mm-hmm. Because if she shows up in a Star Wars film, she's going to be the bestest Jedi that ever was. Bullshit.
Yeah.
I could only tolerate so much of her on my screen.
Yeah.
I don't even like brie cheese. Why are you bringing that shit out?
Yeah, I'm just saying though. That's what they want. That's what those trying to fucking like manipulate people into believing that seeing Brie Larson as a Jedi Knight would be one of the best film adaptations to Star Wars that was ever.
Oh shit!
I know, but that's what they was trying for.
You know what? No, there's plenty of female characters in the Star Wars franchise that fans have been wanting to see for years. I mean, we're talking about Darth Bane as one of them. Who else did we mention? Revan.
Plagueis.
Revan, Plagueis,
Mace.
Mark Aragnos.
Yeah.
Mace Windu, yeah.
There's somebody else. There's somebody else that the fans have always wanted to see. A female.
Probably Darth Talon. Or Jaina Solo.
Nope. Even more than her.
Mara Jade.
There you go.
Mara Jade. Oh yeah.
That is one of the ones that fans have been wanting to see. They've been
wanting to see
something with Mara Jade.
I know this ship's probably sailed for the woman, but the perfect person to play Mara Jade off the big screen today. Put the red hair back on her, and Scarlett Johansson.
Yep, I knew you were gonna say it. She would be a great cast.
Yeah, she ain't going with Disney no more.
Yeah, I know, but she would have been a perfect Mara Jade.
Well, what about Mara Kitty instead?
Who?
Mara Kitty.
Who's that?
Mara.
You talking about the YouTuber?
Yeah.
You mean Jade Shadow?
Well, I know her as Mara Kitty.
Oh no! Wait a minute. Who are you talking about? No, hold on. Are you saying Mara Jade, Jens?
Who's running for governor?
Oh, Moira.
Yeah.
Nah. She's too inked up for it.
Well,
and I'm not saying anything against. I'm not saying anything against tattoos or anything like that. But she's too. she's too inked up for it.
Yeah.
She's too small to play Mara Jade.
Yeah,
Mara Jade is actually extremely athletic. At least that's how they had her portrayed in the books.
So is Mora.
That's why I said Scarlett Johansson. She's already somewhat trained, from all these Avenger movies and Marvel movies that she's done. She's already partially trained. It wouldn't take much for her to get into
Mara
it.
Kitty, watch his fucking Chuck Norris
I
film.
couldn't hear
He's
what you said
changed.
first.
Man, you all on that, Jens. I won't tell you said that though.
I know. I'm just saying.
I'm not gonna be in a damn Star Wars movie.
Hey, you're the one that don't want to. Yeah, you're the one that's trying to get fucking stop her from starring in a Star Wars movie. I'm trying to help her.
Move out of that seat and I'll split your lip.
Wow. Damn, Tommy. 4 hours? You back hurting yet?
I know, right? No, I'm actually feeling pretty good tonight. I am feeling pretty good tonight. Karen Gillan is perfect for Mara. There was talk of Bree starring in the Acolytes TV show as a Jedi God. Oh boy. Ugh. Ugh. That's all I got for that. You know what? She should stick to what she knows best. Period enhanced yoga.
Perfect. I mean, facially, kind of looks like her. I see it. I don't think she's there anymore, but
yeah, but that whole Brie, I can't. I can't even stand going in the grocery store and seeing the cheese sitting there next to the lunch meat aisle. I can't stand it anymore. Gotta quickly walk away. I can't tolerate it.
oh, I typed the wrong thing in there. Damn. Karen Gillian.
Let's see.
Who is she?
Who?
Karen Gillian.
That's not the woman from X-Files, is it?
She's a Scottish actress.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, she could do it.
Kelly Brook. She's another actress that I'd put the name down.
Jumanji.
Right there.
Sorry, what were you saying? Yeah, it looks like it's her.
She played. Oh yeah, played in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, I forget her name right now.
Oh yeah, the slug sort of.
Oh, you mean the sister?
Mm-hmm.
Gamora's sister?
No, I think she's like a slug sort of. She's like that slug creature that can make people go to sleep. Because she's in number 2.
Oh, she.
Oh, the girl with the antenna.
Yeah.
Black hair and the antenna.
Yeah.
Maybe.
That's that. Put heavy makeup on.
Maybe.
Doctor Who. Yeah, right. She wasn't like one of the older Doctor Who series.
I was about to say, don't say Jodie Whittaker.
No, it's an older one. Because my wife likes Doctor Who. I've watched it from time to time. I've never been a huge fan of Doctor Who, but I know a little bit about it from seeing some of it. But yeah, I do recall seeing her now saying that.
Yeah, the older ones. Anything like past the 80s starts getting a bit fucking shite. But anything like before the 80s, the fucking real good. Start getting a bit fucking dodgy.
Oh, Nebula. Her name was Nebula.
Nebula.
I don't know why. I was blanking on it too.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, that could be interesting. I mean, if somebody was to, I would say if some other company was to get this IP, they were to be able to get Star Wars wrestled away from Disney, I think maybe we'd have a really good shot at somebody giving us like real Star Wars again, because maybe they would reach out to George Lucas, and at least bring him on as a consultant, like a real consultant, not somebody you just stand there and say, yeah, look, we love Star Wars because we got him sitting here just looking at it.
Well, we've got
pay his ass for it. Pay his ass for it.
Damn, Skippy.
Well, there's Mandalorian and Bad Batch, where like this, I like both of them programs. So.
Well,
Apex Comics, what's going on, buddy? Thank you for coming.
I don't even think if we got it away from Disney that we would have really any chance.
Well, they're not going to let go of this franchise easy.
Too.
You know, they only paid $4.5 billion for it. You know, if they did sell it, it would be for a lot more.
They didn't pay that much.
4.5, yeah.
No, they didn't. There's a misconception about that. They only paid 2 point something in cash. The rest they gave they gave the rest. They gave George Lucas in stock. They did not pay for their own stock. That's one of those misconceptions that keeps getting pushed around by like a lot of media companies and articles that are written on it, and they keep saying, "Oh, well, it's 4 point something that he got paid." No, he got paid 2 point something. Then he got paid a little bit of extra for his treatments of what the sequel trilogy should be, and that was like a side deal. But
basically to keep him quiet too,
right?
Because he has money in it.
Yeah, but the rest were all given it stock, and they didn't pay for it. And yeah, I realized that the total was that, but initially when they gave they gave him all that stock, JJ, do you know that the actual number with the stock included at the time that they, gave it to him? George technically wound up with almost like 10 million or 10 billion for it.
Well, I got you. I know, but the when George told Bob what he wanted, he was like, "No, you're going to get this," because George wanted more, like closer to 7, I think it was. But the final contract, the final sale, when he signed the papers and all, was 4.5. Now I know it wasn't all in cash. I know there was stocks and other things in there within the final sale. But I knew that, a lot of people did. And they thought, oh, wow, he made 4.5 off of that? Okay. See, even I knew it wasn't all cash. But the stocks, if they're doing good, he got more than what he asked for.
That's if you sold them. Because the stocks have devalued since then. And I think the biggest thing people that, they also miss out on this is they got to remember, too, when George Lucas sold to Disney, he did not sell Star Wars. Everybody keeps thinking that he sold Star Wars. He didn't sell Star Wars. He sold Lucasfilm, LucasArts, the lights,
industrial light
magic. He sold all those companies to Disney. Now the
except
IPs,
for one.
Yeah, well, like some of the IPs wound up going with Lucasfilm to them. But he didn't, like everybody's like, he paid this much for Star Wars. No, it wasn't just for Star Wars. It was for all these companies. And you got to remember, Lucasfilm took a lot of those companies and either sold them off or sold pieces of them off to other companies.
Yeah, because one of the companies, if you want to call it a company, one of the extensions of Lucasfilm was Skywalker Sound. Mm-hmm. That's at his house. That's in his compound in Marion County, California. Skywalker Sound was inside the house in his studio, because that's where everybody went. It's time to do the sound mixing and recording and stuff like that. They went to Skywalker Sound at Skywalker Ranch, which is what it's called. Now, whether he sold the rights to it or not is a totally different story. I don't know, but all I know is a lot of that stuff came from his own home.
It really is a shame when everything got sold off too, including like LucasArts and stuff like that for the games and everything, because there were some games that were in development that wound up getting scrapped the minute Disney took over because they just sold off the gaming
Yo,
arm to somebody else.
EA does not deserve the license.
No, I said that when they first took over. Like when they first jumped on board with BioWare and they said BioWare was going to have the strong arm on the series, it was really good at first. And then as EA started putting more of their garbage into the franchise, it started devaluing a bit. And I think that's when a lot of people started walking away from the game.
Well, believe it or not, EA has their strong point. That's the sports games. That's their bread and butter right there. Okay, they had no business taking over a Star Wars franchise because well, you mean Battlefront?
Well, Battlefield and Battlefront, both of them. There's two different things.
Now, this is the one I was trying to remember right here. Talking about going on YouTube and looking for the cutscenes, telling a great story. Battlefront 2, when they added a story mode in it. To me, that is an excellent story.
When you chasing down Revan in the end?
No. In Battlefront 2. It's a story of of Iden Versio, which is the daughter of an Imperial Admiral. And the story takes place right as the Alliance destroys the second Death Star on Endor, because that's where your mission starts. You're on Endor. And then it goes and it leads into Episode 7. It's a great story because you change from Iden Versio. There's a mission that you play as Luke, him looking around for artifacts and stuff like that. And as a matter of fact, he goes and finds a compass in the game. The same compass is shown in The Last Jedi. It's really good.
But in the end, you're chasing Revan, or not Revan. Sorry,
Kylo Ren.
Yeah,
Kylo Ren.
All right, Keck. Be well. Have a good night.
Take care, Keck.
Yeah, I played that one. That was pretty fun.
Well, you just take the gameplay out of it, man. The cutscenes tell a great story. They really do.
We are creeping up on 4.5.
Yep. 4:20, man. We're late.
Yeah, I know. I think we're going to call it here. I think we have an amazing discussion tonight. I want to thank everybody for coming on. I want to thank Bear for dropping through. I want to thank Fanzine for coming through as well. Jens, thank you for coming on. Curtis, I'm so glad you finally got a chance to come on one of these panels. I've been waiting for you to come on here and talk with us for a while. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. It's been fun.
No, I hope that you can do this again in the future too.
Yeah, probably.
And JJ, it's always a pleasure to have you on. I'm glad you were able to make it. And,
yeah, bro. Sorry I was late. My apologies.
It is what it is, man. It's not like anybody's on a schedule here. We're all here to have fun, at least as much fun as we possibly can.
Yeah. But, we talk about a lot of good old stuff, man. It's wonderful.
I mean, we sometimes touch on some of the newer stuff just because it kind of pertains to what we feel about the old stuff, and I think that's important too. But we try not to dwell on it too much. But I want to thank everybody that's been in the chat: Keck, Apex, Ancient One, Luffy is God, Soul Assassin. I remember Brian TV was here earlier.
Oh wow.
Yvette was here. Anzo was here. Bone.
Citizen 333.
Citizen 333. Jason Tucker. God, there's so many other people in there. I know Nerdporeal Lifeform, Bruce Lombardo. God, there were so many more people here. I can only go back up so far, and there were so many people here that came through that I was actually surprised. The Wake Down stopped by earlier. Thank you for coming by. You all are amazing, and I don't think we say it enough. You guys are the reason that we're up here having fun and being able to talk about these things. Because you guys come through, you give your 2 cents worth in the chat, and it does mean a lot. I always try to go through all your chats and see what you're saying. I really do appreciate you coming by and taking part in the streams. Thank you so much. It's not said enough. You are the best chat on YouTube. Anyway, guys, we're going to run around the horn real quick. Jens, tell them where they can find you and tell them what you're going to be up to next.
Right. Well, I've got me YouTube channel, which is Jens Pedder, but as I say, sometimes it's easier to find my channel by putting Blue Tack Baby Yoda in. And I've got a Twitter account, which is 278 Jens Pedersen, and I'll be doing like a live stream probably. Don't know when, but it'll probably be in a few days or something, and that, and like yeah, and I might be posting a video, but I don't know. But I've got loads of stuff on my channel, like a few live streams and that, because the last one was me and Tommy talking about the Shang-Chi film. So yeah, I've got some stuff. So yeah, if you want to subscribe to that, thanks. Cheers.
Awesome. And make sure to stop by and see what Jens is up to, because sometimes we have some really interesting talks going on over there, and sometimes it's about newer movies. Every once in a while, we're talking about some of the older stuff just a little bit too. So, Curtis YZ, Curtis, tell everybody what's going on, where they can find you, and what you're up to.
What's up? Thanks everyone for watching with us on the show. So glad to be here, and you can find me at CurtisYZ. YouTube/YouTube, whatever it is, YouTube/CurtisYZ. Just type it in there, Curtis KurtisICEYZ, and I do some gaming insurgency, and recently some movie reactions. I do have The Godfather coming down the pipeline. Editing it today. It is a long edit, but I'm actually really close to being done. I just have to blur out stuff, so gotta have that. That's gonna be the next thing coming up. That's it.
Awesome. I remember you used to do a lot of those movie talks before. We were talking about like certain moments in the movies too. So
yeah, I have a lot of old videos like that, which obviously I could talk a lot about The Godfather with that.
Yeah, it's like a 2.5 hour film, isn't it?
I think it's almost 3 hours.
Yeah,
probably
right.
without the credits, it's probably like 2:40 or something.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's one of them films, isn't it, where you might need a break in that.
I did take a break just because I had work. It took me like hours. First, I had a lot of issues, so I'm gonna have like a part where I like skip here because I know some people aren't gonna really care, but I tried doing this like 3 times, and every time I didn't know it, but it was a web browser was not allowing me to capture the video, so I couldn't watch it because I was not able to capture. I'm like, well, how the heck am I going to show this? You know? But, yeah.
And I don't know. I don't know if you've run into this though, Curtis. When I'm getting certain clips together, I cannot seem to find the sheer amount of clips that used to be available before. It seems like a lot of them have been taken down.
It doesn't surprise me. Yeah, the internet is completely different than what it used to be.
It used to be so much of it. It used to just be open so you could see like the clips, so you can get ideas what some of these movies were like. And there, I just doesn't make any sense. They want to take them down. It's doing a disservice to all the fans that want to find out about all these shows. And now we have JJ. Tell them what's going on, JJ. Tell them where they can find you and what you got coming up.
What's up? Sorry, I got to do that from time to time. People look at me like, "What the fuck is wrong with this guy?" What's going on, everybody? It's your boy JJ. You can find me a little bit of everywhere and a whole lot of nowhere. You can find me on Sundays over on Chris Knight, Real Review 3000 for the weekly wrap up. We'll be over there to have some discussions, play some Jackbox games, just chill out. Just wrapping up the week. Mondays, you'll find me right here with Tommy. On Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective, for going old school, my apologies. Random, not even that either. I don't even know what fucking show we're on anymore.
Going old school, retro discussions.
Thank you, that one. Because too many R's going on around here. Talking about shit that, back when stuff was still great, TV, movies, music, comics, toys, books, video games, back when entertainment was still great. And I want to say, I appreciate everybody showing up for Tommy tonight. It's a great pleasure to see everybody in the chat and supporting him like this. Man, it's been a long time coming. I'm glad you're back, brother. And usually if the streams don't go too long, I'll do my own live stream. It's called Randomness at its Finest. It's a random panel, random topic type situation. Come by, like, share, subscribe. All the fun stuff that goes with it. Tuesday nights over on Chaos Central and Bigger Ford Entertainment for the Chaos List. And then Wednesdays back over on my channel at 10 o'clock Eastern, 10 p.m. Eastern. I'm doing random movie reviews with Slasher Mr. Flitter. This week we're doing the 1989 Michael Keaton Batman. So come by and check out and see what we got to say about it. And then last but not least, back over on Chris Knight's channel for the Rumble. Sometimes as a contestant or as a combatant, as I like to say, or sometimes I come in and change it up as a wild card or a mystery judge. Thanks for having me on, Tommy. The moment I was here, I had a blast, man. Great discussion. Can't wait for next week.
Awesome. Thank you, JJ. And just remember, JJ is one of those guys who's
very interesting. I see your hobbies are drinking, smoking weed, and all types of ill shit.
Damn right. Believe that shit. I smoke a lot of weed though.
I know Ancient One is asking if anybody is still here and they want to go raid over a channel. Ancient One, drop whatever channel you want to. And if you decide to go over there, use what do you got?
Go over to Chaos Central. I will drop the link in the chat right now to the show. It's over on Chaos Central. I think I got the right one. Yep. Go check these guys out. We're trying to grow the channel over there. We just broke 200 subscribers. We're trying to, get a little farther with it. Just let them know that Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective sent you.
Yeah, so if you go over there, use the hashtag Guinea Pig Raid and let them know who sent you. I appreciate everybody that has come by tonight. You all are amazing. Thank you so much. And I hope to see you all again next week. Remember, every Monday, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Pacific, we are here with Going Old School Retro Discussions. And we're going to take you out with the same thing that we brought you in with.